Hello, my dear JEE warriors. Do let me know if I'm audible and visible in the chat box quickly. And I think I should be. Yes, visible as well as audible. Welcome to the Open Secret Sure Shot series for your JEE Mains. And this is high weightage questions. The reason why I'm calling this as a secret is because not many students might be aware of this session. We were the first ones to start this on YouTube 2-3 years back. And it so happened that some of the questions which we did in the sure shot ended up coming in the actual JEE Mains exam. And it didn't happen once or twice, it happened every single time, every single year. And this year, I hope it is no different. And in fact, I hope that many questions do come in a similar manner of whatever we do in the sure shot predictor session, right? So I hope you are all ready and all excited for this particular secret session for all of you. I'll be starting first with physics, then you will have Pahul sir for chemistry, and then you will have Namrata ma'am for your maths, right? So I hope you have smashed the like button for your captain, and for all the students who have high hopes on this session, let me tell you, this session will really live up to your expectations, and you will realize the true potential of this session after the JEE Mains 2024 attempt. You will be like, sir, there were many questions which were very similar to this particular thing. So my name is Shreyas, you can call me Captain or Capto. I've been teaching for more than a decade, and here I am to make sure that this thing increases. I have been producing top ranks in JEE for the last many years, be it mains or advanced. And this year too, I want to produce really awesome ranks. I want to create stories out of average students who made it to the top. I want below average students to reach a level where at least they get a good NIT. I want students to really do well in the exam. And that's the reason why I'm coming over here on YouTube as well. So thank you so much for joining in. Thank you for liking and thank you for subscribing. By the way, we'll be doing some questions from this book too, which I feel might be repeated. This is your previous year questions of JEE Mains 2022-2023. It has 46 papers. If you are not aware of it, please check out the link which is there in the description box as you are watching this particular video. You can see it right over here. So I think it should be there. Maybe after some time it will come. No problem. But yes, it is the book which is available on Amazon as well. You can just search for it, Vedantu previous year question bank. Okay. Individual subjects also can be bought. You can buy it PCM as well. Right. So let's begin with the lecture. All Josh, hi. And let's begin. Yes, only few days remaining. Welcome Gitanjali Anjuna, aspirant. Welcome Black Caps. Welcome Nitin. Welcome ZZ. Welcome Micah. Rishi. Good evening Kunal. Good evening. Let's begin with the first question on your screen now. The resistance of each wire in the network shown over here is given as R. What is the equivalent between points A and C? What is the equivalent between point A and C? Let's have a look. Now, if you look at the particular question, the current might just probably enter in from point A and it is probably going to exit out from point C. So if it is going to do that, the currents might get distributed here, but there is no reason for the current to go on this side. So this particular section is completely useless. This is completely useless part. Why will current go over there? Because this is a node over here, so all the currents will come back and it will exit out of the wire at this point. So at the end of the day, now what we have is just current going in, and maybe there is a resistor here, maybe there is a resistor here, and there is a resistor here, and the current comes out. You can see if this is R, this is R, this is R. Obviously, these two resistors are in nothing but series. That means R plus R will be nothing but 2R. R plus R will be nothing but 2R. And that 2R and this R are in parallel. So now you have one resistor over here and another resistor over here. So this is how it looks like. This is 2R, this is R. They are in parallel. So the equivalent resistance will be 2R into R upon R plus 2R. R1 R2 upon R1 plus R2. So that will be 2R divided by 3, which is option number D. IIT Delhi is your answer. These kind of questions can come where they might ask you equivalent resistance, and a part of the circuit might be useless. They can ask you questions based on some geometries which might look, complicated, but actually it is simple. They might ask you questions on hexagon, square, all right, or triangles. These kind of questions are very common if you open up the previous year papers. By the way, this question can also be asked in capacitors. They can ask you equivalent capacitance as well. Okay, so it's one and the same thing because the formulas are very similar for capacitors and resistors. Only thing you need to keep in mind is that when capacitors are in series, you will use 1 by C1 plus 1 by C2, and when capacitors are in parallel, you will just add the capacitors C1 and C2. That's the only change. Other than that, it is straightforward. Okay, everybody, shall we go to the next question coming up on your screen? Here it is. A particle starts from rest. Its acceleration time graph is shown, the maximum speed of the particle. This graph based questions, good evening Harsha, the graph based questions on kinematics or even Newton's laws are also very common. Now, when you have acceleration time graph, do you remember what does the area under the graph give you, or what does the slope give you? I don't think the slope gives me anything. Acceleration time slope does not mean anything, or a physical quantity which we have studied over here. So the area under the graph is of significance over here. There is nothing that we can do with the slope. In fact, the area under this graph gives me the change in the velocity. And that area is half base, which is 11, into height, which is 10. So 11 into 5, because 10 by 2 is 5, 5 11s are 55. So that will be 55 meters per second. So what does this mean? It means the velocity has changed by 55 meters per second. Now, when do you think the velocity will be maximum? When I have a graph like this of acceleration versus time, if I take only the time till here, then for this area, the change is very small. If I take slightly more area till this point, then that area is more, so the change in the velocity is more, so you will reach more speed. But if you take the entire area, the change in the velocity will be maximum. So delta V is maximum. And if you start from the same initial velocity, your final velocity is also going to be maximum at this particular point. So what I will do is change in velocity I found out to be 55, which is final minus initial is 55. But wait a minute, it started from rest, so Vi is 0. So therefore V final is 55 meters per second, which is option number C. How many of you got it? Yep. So very good. Yes, Anshpanchak, I am planning a big marathon for all of you. Not one, many marathons next week. Next week is full of marathons. Are you ready for it? And the launch is happening tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll give you an entire schedule for what you should do, how you should study, how should you plan your days, etc. for the entire next week, and what we will do even after that. So be ready for the session tomorrow at 7 o'clock, okay, on the same channel. Very good. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. This is a question of modern physics. Expect question on de Broglie 100%. Expect question on atomic structure, that is your Bohr's radius, Bohr's model, Bohr's postulate, angular momentum, radius, velocity, or all those things. 100% you will get a question. Okay, electron transits from one orbit to the other orbit. What is the photon's wavelength? Atomic spectra based questions. 100% sure shot guaranteed questions do come in JEE Mains. You will see that even this year. So the ratio of the circumference of the first Bohr orbit for the electron in the hydrogen atom to the de Broglie wavelength of the electron having same velocity as the electron in the first Bohr orbit of the hydrogen atom. So there are two situations. Let me consider the two situations separately. That's how you solve the problem, because if you read the statement, it is very confusing. So I'll break the problem into parts. Circumference of the first Bohr orbit for the electron in the hydrogen atom. This is the first part. Circumference of the first Bohr orbit. So when you have the nucleus n is 1, n is 2, so on and so forth, right? So multiple orbits are there. So the circumference is always n times of the de Broglie wavelength. N times of the de Broglie wavelength, right? This is standard. Everybody should remember that. This is a standard thing. So for n is equal to 1, because it is given first Bohr orbit, that means n is equal to 1. So can I not say C will be equal to 1 into lambda or just lambda? Therefore C will be just equal to the lambda. What is lambda? Lambda is basically the wavelength of that first orbit, the wavelength of de Broglie in that first orbit, whatever is there. Okay. Now let's consider the next scenario. The de Broglie wavelength of the electron having same velocity as the electron in the first orbit. Same velocity, that means the velocity is same as the velocity as in the first orbit. The de Broglie wavelength. Well. In this particular scenario, if you have an electron which is moving with some speed and it has the same speed as the electron in the first orbit, then the de Broglie wavelength for this will be same as the de Broglie wavelength for this particular electron in the first orbit. The de Broglie wavelength for this electron will be same as the de Broglie wavelength for the electron in the first orbit, which I already know is lambda. That means circumference is equal to lambda. Everybody understood this concept? This wavelength, this particular wavelength which is there, okay, this wavelength is exactly going to be equal to the circumference of that first orbit. That's it. So that's all. C by lambda will therefore be 1:1, which is option A. It's slight play of words. This is going to be a very long marathon, Javinjay. A big marathon, all right? So expect 4 hours to 5 hours. Beautiful question. I hope you realized it. Amazing question. Okay. So in the first part, we are saying the circumference of the first orbit is C. In the second part, we are comparing an electron which is moving like the electron in the first orbit. The de Broglie wavelengths will be same. And obviously the de Broglie wavelength is related to the circumference by this formula. Because we are taking the first orbit, n is 1, so C will be lambda. So C by lambda is 1:1. Straightforward answer. Nice question. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. Cool? Alright. What is the next question? Tuning fork frequency 340. This is based on the resonance tube experiment. Is vibrated just about the cylindrical tube. So just to make you recollect that particular setup, here is your resonance tube and the tube length is 120 centimeters. So the tube length is 120 centimeters. This is what it is. You have a tuning fork. Which will vibrate at 340 hertz and it will produce standing waves. You have to fill water in it. You have to fill some liquid in it. Yes, minimum height of the water for resonance. So question is, find the minimum height of the water required for the resonance. So you have to find this H minimum. Now the actual effective length of the tube, will only be this much. This is where you will get your standing wave pattern. My dear warriors, right? So this is where you will get your standing wave pattern. Okay, only in this part, understand that. So now for this particular standing wave which is going to be formed only in this particular air element of the tube, the water will act like a fixed part or a closed end. The formula for frequency is odd times V by 4L. The frequency is 340. Odd number I do not know because I don't know what is the harmonic or overtone. Velocity is already given to me. It is also 340 divided by 4L. So moving this around, length will be 340, 340 cancels. It will become odd number by 4 meters. Convert it into centimeters. Odd number by 4 into 100 centimeters. 100 by 4 is 25. So 25 times odd number of centimeters. That is that length. That is that length. But that is not the question. The question is find the h value. So the h value will be the total length, which is 120 minus this L, minus this L. So it will be 120 minus 25 times odd number centimeters. I have converted into centimeters, right? See, this question might scare you, but actually if you look at it, only this formula is used. You should just know the resonance tube experiment has a tube and you slowly fill water till you get resonance, basically loud sound, and then the frequency of the fork matches the frequency of the standing wave. So that's why the frequency of the tuning fork is exactly substituted over here. Now this part is purely geometrical because this length plus this length is the total length, which is 120. Now what is the maximum odd number that you can put for getting h minimum? H minimum, what is that odd number that you will put? You want height to be small, that means you will subtract a large number. Odd number 1, okay. Odd number 3, okay, even better. Odd number 5, I don't think so, because h will become negative. If you put odd number as 5 or 7 or 9, then the value of h will become negative, which is not possible geometrically. So the maximum odd number that you can put is 3. So 120 minus 75, my dear warriors, what is the answer going to be? It's just going to be 45. Yes, 120 minus 75, just check this out. Yes, 45 centimeters. Perfecto. Perfecto. Is that clear? Is that clear? Everybody with me? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. N will not be 4. N will always be odd. Be careful, my dear warriors. This is a closed open pipe. So you will not use NV by 2L. You will use odd V by 4L when it is closed open. If it is open on both sides or closed on both sides, then it is NV by 2L, where N can be any integer. When it is closed and open, fixed and free, then it is odd times and divided by 4. Is that understood? What a brilliant question this is. I really loved this question. Okay, let's move on to the next one coming up on your screen. What is it? There is a uniform magnetic field which is inside the plane of the paper. A positively charged particle enters the region. Okay, positively charged particle enters the region perpendicular and collides inelastically at point Q. This is point Q. It is going and hitting over here. We know that when you pass a charged particle perpendicular to the field, it goes in a circular manner. And coefficient of restitution, wow, they have combined it with collision problem. Then where do you think it will go? It will retrace the path, meaning it will go like this and again come back like that. That is the first option. Strikes at point O, that means after the collision it will go hit here. Or strikes at point M, that means it will go here and then it will hit here. That is another option. And strikes at point N, that means it will go here and then it will hit here. So that is the question and those are the options. So what we will understand is that as this particle does its first part of the journey, and it has entered, let's say, with velocity v, it will have some radius, and that radius will be nothing but mv by qb. mv by qb. Is that okay? That is the radius. And there will be a force acting on the particle. Observe this very, very carefully. Right? There is a magnetic field, everything. So obviously it will have some force over here. So that force will pull it over here. You can use QV cross B formula. Velocity cross B will give me the force. So the force will act in this direction. Now once it hits here, once it hits this particular surface with that speed V, do you think it will rebound with the same speed? Because restitution is half. what is this E? It is nothing but separation by approach. So approach, if it is V, what do you think the separation will be? Separation will be half, right? So won't it rebound with a slightly lesser speed? Won't it rebound with a slightly lesser speed? In fact, it will be half that original speed. Yes, the black caps, you can leave fluids, that's okay. In fact, you will see today hardly any fluid questions will be there. So V by 2 will be the rebound speed. Okay. Now once it rebounds, think about it. If I do V cross B, V, velocity is down, cross B, magnetic field is inside, the force goes towards the right hand side. Won't the force be here? So now it will go in a circular path like this. It will go in a circular path like this. But since the speed has become half, the radius, new radius, will be mv by 2 by qb. But mv by qb is the old radius. So it will be the old radius by 2. It will be the old radius by 2. So the radius will become half. Radius will become half. Everybody understood? So if the old radius was a, then the new radius, won't it be a by 2? If the old radius was a, then the new radius will be a by 2. So if you take this point as the center, this will become the radius a by 2. It will rebound with this radius a by 2 and it will exactly go and hit over here like this. So where will it hit? It will hit at point N, I believe, which is D for IIT Delhi. Which is D for IIT Delhi. What a brilliant question, isn't it? Collision is also involved in this part. Okay, collision is also involved because we know that separation by approach is the coefficient of restitution. So that's why separation was V by 2. That's what we got. So once the speed becomes half, the radius also becomes half. So once it hits over here, the half speed makes a smaller circle. So it will go and hit in a smaller circle at this particular point N, which is, diametrically opposite point. Loved the question? Yep. Everyone, shall we go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? Great. Let's go. Keep the Josh high. And I can see some of you are answering, some of you are getting tense. But I want everyone to answer. And no, Haritram, you are not very late. Join in because this is a problem solving class, mock test kind of a thing where you're going to get the high weightage questions. This session is going to be a game changer session, right? Yep. So what about this? This question based on total internal reflection and prisms, very high weightage. Every JEE Mains paper you see either a question on prism or a question on total internal reflection. 100% you will find it. So this is one such question where the prism has a refractive index 1.5. It is immersed in a liquid of a refractive index 4/3. A beam of light is incident normally if it is getting internally reflected on the face AB, so that it reaches the face BC. So it is getting internally reflected on the face AC. Why will that happen? Let's understand that. Now consider a ray which enters normally. If a ray enters normally, then there will be no refraction because angle of incidence will be 0, angle of refraction will also be 0. So that's a special case. When it falls normally, then there is no deviation, it just goes off normally. So the ray will continue its journey normally only, there is no change until it hits this particular part. Now this is the part which is very critical to us because this is where total internal reflection occurs, and you will see probably it might just get reflected and hit over here. It might just get reflected and hit over here. So if that total internal reflection has to occur, so what I will do is, first of all, draw a normal and try to think this way, that this angle must be the critical angle at least, or that angle of incidence must be more than the critical angle. Only then this can happen. Only then this total internal reflection can happen. And this also means that this is the dense medium. This is the dense medium. And this is the rare medium. This is the dense medium. This is the rare medium, because TIR can only happen when light goes from rare to dense, not dense to rare. Rare to dense, water to air, glass to air. That's when it happens. Okay. So now let's use little bit of geometry out here, my dear students. In this right angle triangle, this is 90, this is theta. Won't this angle be 90 minus theta? Won't this angle be 90 minus theta? Everybody can see that? Everybody can see that that will be 90 minus theta pakka? Okay. So if this is 90 minus theta and we already know that this angle is 90, so obviously this particular angle over here will be 90 minus 90 minus theta. 90 cancels, minus minus becomes plus. So it will become theta. Great. So this theta is also nothing but the critical angle. Is also nothing but the critical angle. And we know the formula for critical angle. Sine of IC is 1 by refractive index of dense with respect to rare. Refractive index of dense with respect to the rare medium. So this will become sine theta will be equal to refractive index of dense with respect to the rare. So dense medium's refractive index, which is water, that will be is immersed in water, which is 4 by 3. 4 by 3 is oh sorry, I wrote exactly opposite. I'm so sorry guys, I wrote exactly opposite. I'm so sorry. This was supposed to be dense, this was supposed to be dense, and this was supposed to be rare. So when it goes from dense to rare, I said rare to dense. My bad. Yeah, yes, I said by mistake dense to rare. It should have been dense. I said rare to dense. It should have been dense to rare. Okay, my bad. Okay, so over here, this should be dense, this should be rare. So what is the dense medium over here? The dense medium over here is your glass prism, which is having a refractive index of 1.5. The rare medium over here is 4 by 3, which is that of water. So 1.5 is nothing but 3 by 2. This 4 by 3, what you can do, you can put it over here like this. So this will become 2 4s are 8, 3 3s are 9. So sine theta will become 8 by 9. So sine theta will become 8 by 9. Anything more than that will cause total internal reflection. Hence the answer is A. Hence the answer is option A. Got it? Everyone? Awesome, awesome. Okay, great. All right. So guys, keep encouraging each other, and I can see some students are truly motivated. Some students have a lot of doubts of about themselves. Can I do it or can I not do it? Please guys, don't be scared. Watch as many sessions as you can. If you get tensed solving on your own, it's okay. Watch the classes which are conducted in your coaching or in YouTube if you can, so that you get that level of confidence. At least you are not thinking or daydreaming about something else. That is very important, because if you're just sitting in front of the book and getting scared and not doing anything or just making plans, it's better to watch these classes and solve more problems, right? Moving on to the next one. The mass of the moon is this much of the earth. Gravitational pull is 1/6 of the earth. Why do you think this happens? Is the radius this much? Is the radius this much? Is the moon satellite of the earth, or none of the above? Let's figure this out, why this could happen. First of all, gravitational acceleration on the surface is given by gm by r square. So gravity on the moon by gravity on the earth is going to be, that ratio is going to be, g is a constant because g is proportional to m, mass of the moon upon mass of the earth into radius of the earth by radius of the moon whole square, because it is inversely proportional to radius square. Gravity on the moon is 1/6 of the earth, so gm by ge will be basically 1/6. Mass of the moon is 1/81th of the mass of the earth, so this will be nothing but re by rm. So but this is whole square, and I think we have been asked what is the radius of the earth versus the radius of the moon, kind of a thing. So take this 81 on the top, take this 81 on the top, this 6 is below, so this will be re by rm whole square. But if I take root on both sides, that's when you might get the answer. So re by rm is root 81, which is 9, by root 6. So radius of the earth is nothing but 9 by root 6 times radius of the moon. I'm so sorry, I thought my phone was on silent. Yeah, so this should be the answer, correct? So now you guys know my ringtone. So maybe in some chill session one day I will put a quiz, what is Shreyas sir's ringtone? And I think those people who attend this class would answer that question. and I would know then, oh, these were the students who attended the class here. All right, great. Hey, who is this? Are others? Which NIT is there in Bombay, man? NIT is there in Nagpur for Maharashtra. Okay. So, yep, we got the answer. Moving on to the next question. So, gravity based questions are also very common. I hope you have attended my class of gravity yesterday. 100% you will see one gravity question. Either they are based on your satellite theory or Kepler's laws. Then you might have acceleration due to gravity, and sometimes, very rarely, potential energy, potential and field related questions might also come. Okay. So, let's move on to the next one. Two particles are projected together in directions as shown with 25 and 10 root 3. 25 and 10 root 3 meters per second. Okay. Alright. Now, the angle theta has to be found so that they collide in air after some time. Well, think about it. If they will collide, that means whatever distance this particle will travel, it will meet somewhere over here. The distances will meet somewhere over here. Let's say I call this distance d1 or dA, okay, this distance as dB. Now this theta has to be found. I think I will use sine rule. So basically, remember sine rule, A by sine alpha, B by sine beta, C by sine gamma is constant, right? So I can just say distance of A, opposite angle is 60, so sine 60 will be distance of B divided by opposite angle is basically sine theta. This is nothing but your sine rule which you have learnt in mathematics. Distance travelled by particle A will be speed into time. Speed is how much? It is 25. Time is how much? It's basically 2 divided by sine 60, which is nothing but root 3 by 2. What is dB? Distance travelled by particle B will be speed into the time, which is 2. So it is 10 root 3 into 2. This is basically your sine theta. Okay, many things are going to get cancelled. 10 divided by 5 is 2. This 2 gets cancelled. 25 divided by 5 is 5. Great. So what else is there? We can take this 2 on the top, and this 2 will also cancel, I believe. Yep. So I will just have 5 by root 3 is equal to root 3 by sine theta. So sine theta, when you take it on the top, root 3 into root 3, 3, 5 comes downstairs, so 3 by 5. That means theta will be 37 degrees. Sine 37 is 3 by 5. So D for IIT Delhi is the correct answer. Yep. Many people think that we have to do this using relative concept. No need. It's pure geometry based, vector based or triangle based question. Okay, and speed, distance, time. That's all is the concept over here. Distance is speed into time. Distance is speed into time. Because it will form a triangle. Why? Because they all meet at that same point. I will use the sine rule which you all learnt in mathematics. Okay, I hope this is very, very clear. Shall we move ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? Here it is. Mass per unit area of a disk depends on R given by this function. What is the moment of inertia perpendicular to the plane passing through the center? Now, if you know the derivation of moment of inertia, this problem becomes a cakewalk. Otherwise, also you can do it. It is not a big deal because you can see the density is changing with radius. Density is changing with radius. So here you have a circle of, let's say, radius A, and at any distance r from it, you see this is the mass per unit area. So if you divide that disk into rings, like this, and you find the moment of inertia of each ring and add them up, you will get the total moment of inertia of the entire disk. So obviously we have to solve it by integration, by dividing it into small rings and adding up their moment of inertias. So if you look at this, elemental ring, what could be the moment of inertia di? Moment of inertia of a ring is nothing but mass into r square. The mass will be dm because it's an element dm. How much will that mass be? That mass will be, observe, if I open up that ring, it will become like a straight line. It will become like a straight line, correct? And the thickness of it will be dr, because if this is r, the thickness will be dr, and the length will be 2 pi r. The length will be 2 pi r. Now if you notice, this is like a strip. This is like a strip of rectangle, and it has some area. It has some mass dm. It has some mass dm. So how much will that mass be? That mass will be density into area, because this is mass per unit area. So it will be density, which is mass per unit area, into that area of the strip into basically r square. How many of you got this? When you open it up, it becomes a straight line of length 2 pi r. The thickness is nothing but dr. The thickness is nothing but dr, correct? Very good, very good. So now what do you do next? Sigma will be this value, which is nothing but a plus br. What is the area? Thickness into length. Thickness into length, or length into thickness, which is 2 pi r into dr, and this r square will come over here as it is. Length into thickness, 2 pi r is the circumference. When you open it up, the circumference becomes the length, the thickness is dr. Great. So this will become a plus br. You have 2 pi r cube dr. So therefore I can then say the total moment of inertia will be integral of di. So that 2 pi will come outside, and I'll have integral of a plus br, and we have r cube dr from 0 to a. From 0 to a. You can very well do this integration. It is not at all difficult. The answer will be direct. You can do it even orally. It will be nothing but a. R cube's integration will be r raised to 4. So when you substitute the limit, it will be a raised to 4 by 4 plus b. R into r cube will be r raised to 4. That guy's integration will be r raised to 5. So when you substitute the limits, it will be a raised to 5 divided by 5. That's it. Directly only you can tell the answer. It should be option number A. I think the brackets are missing in the option, but directly it was a direct integration. Yes? Understood? Clear? Shall we move ahead to the next one? Coming up on your screen. Here we come to the next question on your screen now. The equation of a gas is PV is nRT plus PB. Thermodynamics question can come, gas law based question, and it is isothermally expanded from V to 2V. Then the work done by the gas during the process is the work done by the gas during the process. Now work done in a process, right, depends on the pressure variations with volume. In fact, the work done is given as integral P dV. But the question is, I don't know P directly. I have to rearrange this particular equation. So if I use this equation and rewrite it like this, PV minus PB is equal to nRT, then I'll get P is equal to, P is common, it will become nRT divided by V minus B. nRT divided by V minus B. I will use that P over here for integration to find the work. Why integration? Because pressure is not constant. Okay. So it will become nRT divided by V minus B into nothing but dV. nRT V minus B dV. It is clearly mentioned isothermal. So T is a constant. So bring it outside. N and R are anyways a constant. So it will be integral of dV by V minus B. Limits V to 2V. So V to 2V. Number of moles, I think that is given 2. So it will become 2RT. 1 by V minus B, 1 by X's integration is ln or log of V minus B. Ax plus B form. A is 1, B is minus B. So nothing to divide over here. Don't have to worry. And substitute V and substitute 2V over here. The next step will be nothing but 2RT. Substitute 2V, then V, and then subtract the 2. So this will be log of 2V minus B minus log of V minus B. First I have substituted 2V, then I have substituted V, and then subtract the function. Don't subtract the variable, that is wrong. So log of A minus B is log of A by B. So this is log of 2V minus B by V minus B, right? So that's all. So I think we have an option over here directly in option A. You can see it matches perfectly with our calculations. Yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. No, Vedantu Conqueror, I feel that you should not drop so early. I feel there is hope. I mean, don't lose hope right away. Maybe first attempt you might get very horrible marks or whatever, but second attempt there is time and you still can achieve a lot in the 3 months. It's always better to finish it off in these months rather than wasting one more year. See, that you decide after the second attempt, not now. Okay, cool. So moving on to the next one. 3 concentric metallic spherical shells of radius r, 2r, 3r are given. It is found that the surface charge density on the shells are equal, then the ratio of the charges given to the shells are. Okay, let's try to understand. There are 3 shells, so let me just draw those 3 shells for all of you. This is your first shell, then this is your second shell, and then this is your, okay, this is your, okay, this is your third shell. Okay, now on the outer charge are given charges Q1, Q2, Q3. Outer surface charge densities are equal. Now please understand that outer surface charge densities are given. There will be some charges on the inner surfaces also. If you give Q1 charge to the innermost shell of radius r, that Q1 100% will be nowhere else but on the surface only. So 0 Q1, this is how the distribution will be. If this is 0, this is Q1, then 100% this will be minus Q1. Opposite surfaces have opposite charges in concentric shells. That's the rule. If you remember this trick, it becomes very easy. Now, the total charge given to the next shell, is Q2. So, the total sum of the charges should come out to be Q2. Hence, this will be nothing but Q2 plus Q1, because when I add these two, that's when I get Q2. Because minus Q1 will cancel, I will be left with Q2. That's the total charge on the middle shell. Total charge on the third shell is Q3. Please understand that. So now what I need to do, whatever charge I put on the outer surface will be same in magnitude but opposite in sign. So you will have minus of Q2 plus Q1 on the inner side, and on the outer side you will have Q3 plus Q2 plus Q1 charge. This is how it will be. Because when you add these charges, you will be left with Q3 charge, which is the total charge on the shell. Total charge on the shell. I hope this is clear. Okay? I hope this is very, very clear. I hope this is very, very clear. Now, here is what we will do. Because it is given that the outer surface charge densities are equal. For this sphere, the innermost, the surface charge density will be Q1 by 4 pi, nothing but r square. That is sigma. From this, I will get Q1 is equal to 4 pi r square sigma. That is Q1 value. Similarly, this value, which is on the outer surface, which is Q1 plus Q2 divided by 4 pi r square, is also sigma, because the surface charge densities are equal. So from this, I will get, since Q1 already is 4 pi r square sigma plus Q2 will be again, oh by the way, this r should have been 2r whole square. So this will be nothing but 4 pi into 2r whole square into sigma. Okay, so what will Q2 be equal to? Observe carefully. What will Q2 be equal to? 2 square is 4 plus 1, it will become 5 into 4 pi r square sigma. 4 pi r square sigma is Q1, so it will become 5 times of Q1. So Q2 will be nothing but 5 times of Q1, right? I hope, sorry, it will not be 5, my bad guys, it was minus, so sorry. Yeah, 2 to the 4, 4 minus 1 will be 3. So it was not 5, it will be 3, my bad. So this would be 4 pi r square sigma multiplied by 3. 2 square is 4 and here only 1 is there. 4 is common. So this will be 3. So this will be nothing but your Q1. 4 pi r square sigma is Q1. So this will be nothing but 3 times of Q1. So Q2 is 3 times of Q1. Q2 is 3 times of Q1. That's what we got. Now, similarly, let's find Q3. How do we find Q3? Outer surface charge densities are equal. So Q3 plus Q2 plus Q1 divided by 4 pi 3r whole square is sigma. So Q3 plus Q2. Q2 is 3Q1. 3 times Q1 plus Q1 will be 3 square is 9. So 9 into 4 pi r square sigma. Now 4 pi r square sigma is nothing but Q1. So this will be 9 times of Q1. Now 3Q1 plus 3Q1 will be nothing but 4Q1. So Q3 will be nothing but 5 times of Q1. So Q1, then 3Q1 and then 5Q1. So 1, 3, 5, which is option number B. 1, 3, 5, that is option number B. You can see that right over here. Q2 is 3 times, Q3 is 5 times. So 1, 3, 5. Is that clear? How do you make the charges on concentric shells? Basically, I'll tell you what we can do whenever you get concentric shells questions. Yes, remember, if there is no charge inside the first concentric shell, make it 0. Whatever charge is there on this shell, it will come over here. Exactly opposite will come over here. If there was some charge on the outer shell, total, then to conserve the charge, whatever that charge will be, so Q plus Q1, small q, that will be the charge on the outer shell, because when you add this with this, minus Q plus Q will cancel, the total charge will be Q, which will remain conserved. That's all you need to do. And by chance, if you have a charge inside over here, let's say that is Q, then the inner surface will develop minus Q. The outer surface will have, let's say, Q1 plus Q like this, so that the total charge Q1 remains conserved on this shell. Whatever charge is here, exactly opposite will be over here. So minus Q1 plus Q will be over here. Minus Q1 plus Q will be here. And if the outer shell had some charge Q2, so to conserve the charge, this outer surface will have Q2 plus Q1 plus Q charge. So that when you add them, you will be just left with Q2 charge. That's how you do it. Use charge conservation, and opposite surfaces have basically equal charges in magnitude but opposite in sign. Is that okay? Is that okay, everyone? Right. Very good. Very good. Awesome. Awesome. Let's move on to the next one. Two separate wires are stretched by 2 millimeters and 4 millimeters respectively when they are subjected to a force of 2 Newton. Both wires are made of the same material. Radius is 4 times of A. What is the ratio of the length? This is a question based on solid mechanics. This is a question based on solid mechanics. And this question is also very, very common. Ratio of the lengths, ratio of Young's modulus, ratio of extensions. You will see so many times it has come. You open it up, open the previous year papers, you will see it right over there. Okay. So what do you do in these kind of questions? Well, you start with the formula. Young's modulus is stress by strain. Stress is force by area. Strain is nothing but change in length by original length. But area is nothing but pi r square. That's it. So therefore, L will be y pi r square x divided by force, because I want length ratio. So therefore, what I will do, I will write L1 by L2. Young's modulus is going to be the same because they are made of the same material. So Young's modulus is same, pi is anyways a constant, so don't worry about it. The force is 2 Newton, so force is also same. Radius is different, change in length is different. So it will be nothing but R1 by R2's square and here it will be x1 by x2. That's all. Now the radius of B is 4 times that of A. So that means this will be 1 by 4 square into this is 2, this is 4, this is 2, this is 4. 2 is for A, B is having 4. So this will become 1 by 16 multiplied by 2 by 4 is half. So this will become 1 by 32. 1 by 32 is option number A. 1 by 32 was option number A. Very good, Rashma Tali. Awesome. Very good, very good, very good. No, I am just taking care of the YouTube. All right. So I am not taking care of any other positions now. I just want to concentrate on the English speaking students, the students who want to learn in English, specifically the students from South India or the metro cities, or even many students abroad who write JEE or such competitive exams, or many students are there even from Northeast and even Delhi and Rajasthan and even Maharashtra. So many students attend these classes, right? So it's for that. That's my whole focus, and this is the only JEE English channel in the country, let me tell you that. And this was also the first JEE English channel in the country, and I want to make sure that we continue supporting all students, so that the students who are not getting education in their desired language continue to get the best of the best teachers. That's my whole aim. In an experiment with vernier calipers, least count this much, 2 jaws. This was in previous year's JEE 2023. I am just picking up the question from this particular book. That's all. Okay. So 0.1 millimeters is the least count. The jaws are joined together. The 0 of the vernier scale lies to the right of the 0 of the main scale, and 6th division coincides with it. When measuring the diameter, the 0 of the vernier scale is between this and this. 4th division is coinciding. Okay. So let's find out first the 0 error. The 0 error. Standard thing, it is main scale reading plus least count multiplied by the vernier scale reading. The first part says that it is just to the right of the 0. It's just to the right of the 0. The 0 of the vernier is to the right of the 0 of the main scale. That means main scale reading is 0. Least count already given 0.1. Vernier scale reading is given to be 6th division. So this is 6. So this will be 0.6 mm. This is 0.6 mm. Next, what is the reading that you get? What is the reading that you get when you put that ball or that bob over there? Again, same formula. Main scale reading plus least count multiplied by vernier scale reading. If you notice, the 0 of the vernier scale is between this and this. So what is the main scale reading? Is it this or this? It is 3.2. Whatever value it has crossed. Okay, so it has crossed 3.2 centimeters or 32 millimeters. 32 millimeters. Least count is there already 0.1. Vernier scale reading is 4. You can see 4th division is coinciding. So that is the vernier scale reading. So it will be 32.4 millimeter. So now when you actually find the diameter, will I add or will I subtract? Think that over here when nothing was there, already the vernier caliper had moved slightly ahead. Already it was showing 0.6 millimeters. That means whatever value you are measuring already has this value. So you take away that value. So you subtract this 32.4 minus 0.6, my dear warriors. You will be getting, where is it? Where is it? 32.4 minus 0.6, that will be 31.8. That will be 31.8 millimeters, which is 3.18 centimeters. 3.18 centimeters. Did you understand why we are subtracting? Did you understand why we are subtracting? Because we know that already the value that I am measuring has this 0.6 millimeters in it. So when you measure that extra length, the diameter, I have to subtract that 0.60 error. That's when I get it. Okay. So that's the answer. This was JEE 2023 question. Let's go to JEE 2021 question. So we are picking up many questions from the previous year books. So those of you who do not know, Vedantu also has the previous year JEE books, which is available on Amazon. So make sure you check that book out in case you are in need of JEE Mains papers. 46 papers are there, physics, chemistry, maths all together. All the questions with detailed solutions. Yes. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Okay, so here it is. This question is also very common, where you take away some mass and then they ask you what is the, or where is the center of mass of the remaining part. Where is the center of mass of the remaining part? Very, very common question. The formula which is generally used in such questions is XCM is the total mass m1 x1. X1 is the coordinate of the center of mass of the total body, minus m2 x2. This is the part which has been removed, upon m1 minus m2. And because it's a circular disk, that means it's a 2D object. It's a two-dimensional object. The mass calculations will involve mass per unit area. So everything will be in terms of sigma. Will be in terms of sigma, mass per unit area. That's all. So if you take the whole disk, that is m1, the whole disk which is m1, that value of m1, think about it, what will it be? The value of m1, what will it be? Mass per unit area, multiplied by the area of this entire disk, which is nothing but pi a square. m1 will be exactly that. If you ask me what is m2, the mass which has been removed over here, you can clearly see the radius is a by 2. So it is mass per unit area into pi a by 2 whole square. If you ask me what is x1, it is the coordinate of the center of mass of this big disk. So that is exactly over here. From the origin, it is at a distance of a. So x1 is basically a. What is x2? Is the coordinate of the center of mass of the part which has been removed. So what is that distance going to be? This will be nothing but 3a by 2, because this much is a by 2, this much is a, so that will be 3 times a by 2. All you have to do is substitute everything over here and you will get the answer. Okay, it's not that difficult. You can try it out on your own. So it will be sigma sigma pi a square into x1, which is a, minus what is it? Sigma pi a square by 4 into 3a by 2, whole thing divided by sigma pi a square minus sigma pi a square by 4. You will see many terms will get cancelled, like sigma, pi, a square, and you solve this, you will get the answer in terms of a only. I think it should come out to be option C for Captain Shreyas, 5a by 6. You will get it as 5a by 6. Okay, cool. How many of you got it? Yes. I'm so glad that you found this channel, right? Very good, very good, very good. So you will see for planar objects, it is always mass per unit area. It's a planar object because it's a disk. If it was a sphere, same question can come for a sphere also. Then this will not be sigma, this will be per unit volume, mass per unit volume. Okay, that's the only change. So mass will be density into volume then. Because it's a planar object, it is density into area. That's the only difference. Whatever variable you assume, it will eventually get cancelled. You don't break your head over it. Okay. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. Got it, looks like. Okay. What is the velocity of the longitudinal wave if density and Young's modulus both are given to you? So the wave speed is given by Young's modulus directly by density. Such a direct question has come in JEE 2023. You can open up the book right away right now and see it is exactly there in this book, right? So imagine such a question can also come, and this is, believe me, very popular kind of question. Generally questions on wave speed do come in the JEE Mains examination. Young's modulus is 3.2 10 to the power 11. This is 8 into 10 to the power 3. So when you do the math, this will become 0.4 into 10 to the power 8. So you can also write it as root of 40 into 10 to the power 6. So 10 to the power 6's root is 10 to the power 3. 40's root, well, 36 root is 6. So it will be 6 point something. It will be 6 point something. That's all I know. I won't even calculate it. I'll directly mark the answer as option D, because none of the options have confusion like 6.1, 6.3, 6.8. There is no confusion. So don't break your head. Directly write off that it will be 6.32 only. Cool? Yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen. An arc lamp requires some current at this much voltage to function. So if you connect it to this much AC voltage, then which inductor will be needed to make it work approximately? It's a brilliant question. Let's have a look at it. The first part, this arc lamp means it's a simple resistor. That's all. Don't break your head. So what is this arc lamp? It's nothing but a lamp. Bulb. Bulb is having resistance. That's all. And how much voltage it needs? It needs 80 volts at least to function, and the current required is 10 ampere. So using V is equal to I into R, I will get resistance as nothing but 8 ohms. Just check this out. So the resistance that I get is nothing but of 8 ohms. Now what you are doing? You are connecting this resistor along with an inductor to an AC source. Let's say the voltage is V, and that voltage V is already given to me. It is 220 volts and 50 hertz. To make this work 100%, you must pass some current, and that current across this 8 ohms must be 10 ampere. Must be 10 amperes. So this inductor will also have some inductive reactance. Inductive reactance will also be there. Everybody agrees with this? Everybody agrees with this? Very good. Very good. Awesome. Awesome. Now, can I find a relation between the current, resistances, voltage? I think so. There is a relationship between all of them. And the total voltage is current into the total impedance, and the total impedance will be just R square plus XL square. That will be your voltage. That will be your voltage. Think about it. For that lamp to work, the current should be at least 10 amperes. So these two together will produce some impedance. So the total impedance into the current, just like V is IR, here total voltage is total current into total resistance, which is called as impedance, and Z is having root of R square plus XL square formula. Wow, this is now simple. So this will be 220 is equal to 10 multiplied by root of resistance, which is nothing but 8, and plus XL square. 0, 0 cancels. So you will have 484 if I square it, and this will be nothing but 64 plus XL square. And what you can do, you can write XL as root of 484 minus 64. 484 minus 64, and XL is nothing but 2 pi F into inductance, which is 2 pi into 50 multiplied by L, which is nothing but 100 pi L. So therefore L will be nothing but root of this thing divided by 100 pi. So this is whatever 484 minus 64. Then you will get the value of L approximately. Then you will get the value of L approximately. What is the value of L that you are getting? What is the value of L that you are getting? Just check this out. If you are getting it close to 0.065 Henry, 0.065 Henry, that's the approximate value that you will get. X is omega L, remember that. XL, inductive reactance is omega L, capacitive is 1 by omega C. Okay, those are the two formulas we have to use. This was a question on alternating current. 100% you will get a question on this. 100% you will get a question on alternating current. Thank you, KK Love Status. Thank you, KK Love Status. All right. So moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. In YDSC, separation is given, distance is given from the screen. It's a bichromatic source. We solved a question like this in wave optics just few days back in the flash series. The least distance where you will get that both the bright fringes coincide. If wavelengths are different, then their fringe widths are different. So they will have different spacing, but after some time, maybe some bright fringe of this wavelength and another bright fringe of some another wavelength might coincide. That will happen after some time. So if I assume the two wavelengths to be 1 and 2, then y1, y2 will be equal for the bright fringe. Y1 value is n1 lambda 1 d divided by small d. This will be n2 lambda 2 d divided by small d. N's can be different because maybe the 4th fringe coincides with the 7th fringe. Maybe 5th fringe coincides with the 8th fringe. Who knows? So that's why I have to take two different n's. dd cancels. So I'll have n1 by n2 will be lambda 2 by lambda 1. Lambda 2 is 520. Lambda 1 650. 0, 0 cancels. So you will get n1 by n2. 52 and 65, they are multiples of 13. 52 goes with 13 4 times, with 65 5 times. So n1 is 4 and n2 is basically 5 for the first time where it coincides, for the least distance. This is for the least distance for them to coincide. Because the ratio is 4:5, you can also put 8, 10, right? You can also put 12, 15, all that. But the first time when they coincide, 4th fringe will coincide with the 5th fringe of these wavelengths. Because even 10th fringe will coincide with the 8th fringe, but then the distance will be larger. So always take the smallest integral ratio that you can get, right? Okay, very good. So now, what is the next thing? What is the next thing that we need to do? We have to actually find a distance. So use any one of the values, either use y1 or use y2. So that least distance, either y1 or y2, I can, let's say, use y1, which is n1. n1 is basically 4. n1 is basically 4 times the lambda 1. Lambda 1 is 650 nano, that is 10 to the power minus 9, multiplied by distance. Distance is 150 centimeters, which is 1.5 meters, divided by small d. Small d is 0.5 millimeters, which is 5 into 10 to the power minus 4. Solve it, you will get the answer. Okay, most likely it should be 7.8 millimeters, or you should get this as 7.8 into 10 to the power minus 3, which is 7.8 millimeters. This you will get it in meters, which is 7.8 millimeters. Yes, very good. Oh, no problem, Holy Raj. Join in the session. It's okay. Even if you have attended started attending it right now, it's still okay, because these are just problem solving sessions. Even if you watch the recording later on, it's perfectly fine. Okay, as long as you watch the complete recording. And I hope those of you are joining in even late or probably a little bit later have smashed that like button. In case you haven't, please do that right now. Combination lenses and lenses dipped in some medium, very common question. So two lenses equiconvex are kept in contact with each other so that the focal length is f1. Now the space is filled with glycerin, same refractive index as that of the glass. What is the equivalent focal length is f2. The ratio f1 and f2 will be. Very nice question, but actually you don't have to make it lengthy. You can keep it very short. I'll tell you how. First time the focal length is f1 when they are having same focal length f and they are kept in contact with each other. So I'll just show you the diagram how it will look like. You have two convex lenses like this. Each are having f each. So their combination has a total focal length f1. So by the combination formula, 1 by f1 will be 1 by f plus 1 by f. That means it will be 2 by f. So therefore f1 will be f by 2. f1 will be nothing but f by 2, right? This is the first thing that we got. This is the first thing that we got. Yes. Yes, I'll be taking some sessions on the Vedantu platform in the crash courses or in the revision. So if you're a part of the crash or the revision courses, you will be seeing me over there. Don't worry about it. Okay. Next, and if you are a part of the long-term batches, then though you can get access to all my classes. All my recordings of 11th and 12th are already present in the VBuddy section, the extra content session. All my classes, right from chapter 1 to the last chapter of 11th and 12th both. In the second scenario, when you are adding some liquid in between, when you are adding some liquid in between, and let's say that liquid is filling up over here, it will behave like a concave lens, like a concave lens. Now what will that concave lens do? That medium which has been filled in between the gap, that will balance out the effect of one of the convex lens. So actually it is now a single convex lens, because this is like, you know, three lenses together, with this being, you know, a concave lens. These two will cancel out each other. These two will just cancel out each other. The only thing which will remain is only this one. So therefore, my dear warriors, the focal length in the second case is just f. And the question is, what is f1 by f2? So f1 by f2 will be f by 2 by f, which means it will be 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 should be the answer, which is option A. So it's a lengthy question to look at, but to solve, actually it is very short. So there is a small trick involved, and that is this one. Because the lenses are equal curvature, same refractive index, I can just cancel them, because one is convex, one is concave. If the medium was different or the radius was different, then I cannot cancel it like that. Be careful. Okay. Moving on to another question of JEE Mains 2021. Beautiful question. Zener diode is there. Value of the power in the Zener diode. Like, sir, what is the value of power formula for Zener diode? Don't break your head so much. Just find the voltage, just find the current, you will get the answer. So if I know the current through the diode, I can multiply current with the voltage and find the power. But how do I find the current? I just know that this voltage. So I think I'll need to find this current, and maybe then I can get this current. Maybe I'll have to use some Kirchhoff's laws. So Kirchhoff law, Ohm's law, Zener diode based questions, again very favorite pick of NTA, sure shot topic kind of thing. So my dear warriors, over here, think about it. A Zener diode is in reverse bias, and the voltage across these 2 points is 15 volts. So naturally, if this is 22 volts and this is 15 volts, across R1, how much voltage will be there? Across R1, how much voltage will be there? Obviously 22 minus 15, which is basically 7 volts. Across R1, 7 volts will be there, because 7 plus 15 will give you 22. It's simple math. Now for R1, voltage is current into resistance. So 7 will be current into resistance, which is 35. So I1 is 1 by 5 amperes, because 7 5s are 35. So I got the current I1 over here. Now do the same kind of analysis for this guy and try to find what is I2. V2 is I2 R2. What is V2? That is 15 volts. What is I2? I don't know. Resistance 90. So I2, 15 6 90. So 1 by 6 amperes. Correct? Okay. Now once I know I1, I2, I think we can also find what is this IZ. Using Kirchhoff's current law. Using Kirchhoff's current law, I1 will be IZ plus I2. So IZ will be I1 minus I2, which means, what will it be, my dear warriors? 1 by 5 minus 1 by 6. 1 by 5 minus 1 by 6, which is nothing but 1 by 30 of an ampere. Now once I know IZ, I can find the power. Power will be voltage into the current. Voltage is 15, current is 1 by 30, so it will be basically half watts. Half watts is 0.5, which is option B for IIT Bombay. B for IIT Bombay, that's the correct answer. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Awesome, awesome. Very nice. Right, let's go to the next question. Beautiful question. Using Ohm's law, Kirchhoff's law, and also the knowledge of Zener diode should be there in your mind, because you should know that Zener diode in reverse bias maintains, regulates the voltage of breakdown. So it will not vary. Last few questions coming up on the screen, then your chemistry will start. Okay, hardly few questions are there, 1 or 2 questions maybe. So surface of a metal is illuminated with light, then another light. The maximum speed is 2 times the old one. So what is the work function? Okay, straightforward. We know hc by lambda is work function plus half mv square. So let's use this 2 times. So hc by lambda, if I write it in terms of nanometers and electron volt. So I can write 1240 by lambda, which is 350, is equal to work function plus, I can say that the kinetic energy is K. This half mv square if you want, you can write it as K also. Next time what happens, when you change the wavelength to, how much is it? 540, work function to remain same. What will happen to the kinetic energy? Observe carefully. Because speed is increased 2 times, kinetic energy will be made 4 times. Kinetic energy is half mv square. So speed doubles, kinetic energy becomes 4 times.
Please try again.
Oh my god, my phone. Okay, so this must be nothing but 4K. Alright. Now I need to get rid of K. So from here, K will be 1240 by 350 minus 5. So why not use that and substitute over here? So this will become plus 4 into 1240 by 350 minus 5. And this is plus 5 over here. And this is 1240 by 540. Now it's just calculations, my dear warriors. I'll just show you few steps. Later on you can do it. So what you can do, you can probably shift this guy over here. So it will look like this. 4 into 1240 by 350 minus 1240 by 350. Shift this guy over there. 4, 5 with negative sign goes over there. So it will become 4, 5 minus 5. So this will become 3, 5 will be taking 1240 common. 4 by 350. Sorry, I put 352 times. My bad. Sorry guys. This was supposed to be 1240 by 540. Yeah, 1 by 540. That's all. So now solving this, you will get the answer of 5. Solving this, you will get the answer of 5. I hope till this point it is clear. After this, you can very easily do it. Okay. So a little bit of calculation. 1.8 should be the answer. 1.8 electron volt should be the answer. Okay. So I almost showed it to the last step. Last part you can do it on your own. So these kind of questions again very common on photoelectric effect, sure shot, high weightage topic. Pendulum clock runs faster by 5 seconds. Pendulum clock based questions where thermal expansion is involved with units and error and measurement, favorite topic of the NTA people. So let's get started. When you see the time period formula, which is 2 pi root L by G, you can see 2 pi by root G is a constant, L's power is half. So if you use error analysis and write relative error in time period, constant doesn't matter, it will be half del L by L. But using thermal expansion formula, del L will be L alpha delta theta, and this is divided by L, LL cancels. So relative error in the time period, LL cancels, will become alpha delta theta by 2. Delta theta is nothing but the change in the temperature. Now use this formula 2 times. That's all you need to do. Use this formula 2 times. That's all. Because first time you can see the change, the error is 5 seconds at this temperature. Next time the error is 10 seconds for this temperature. So first time if I write 5 seconds for 1 day. So divided by 86,400. 1 day is 86,400 seconds is equal to, divided by 2, alpha into delta theta. So understand the clock is running faster by 5 seconds per day at 20 degrees Celsius. So because you have gone above 20, so the temperature will be what is it? Yeah, T minus 20, something like this. Yep. And the next time it will be 10 by, for the next one, 10 by 86,400 will be alpha into delta T. Now please make sure that you write it as 35 minus T upon 2. This is very important because T will be somewhere between 20 and 35. the correct temperature where it shows, the the proper time will be more than 20, less than 35. So try to make the values positive. So T minus 20 will always be positive because T is more than 20. 35 minus T will be always positive because T is less than 35. So always keep it in between. Now just divide the two. So this will become 5 by 10 is alpha cancels, 2 cancels, 86,400 also has cancelled. T minus 20 by 35 minus T. That's it. 5 by 10 means 1 by 2. Just rearrange, you will get the answer. You must get the answer as 25 degrees Celsius. You must get the answer as 25 degrees Celsius. Is that very, very clear, my dear warriors? Okay, so that was your last question of this sure shot. There are more questions from chemistry and mathematics which are going to follow in the same stream. Don't go anywhere. And those students who are in Delhi, make sure that you give the JEE simulator exam. It's a offline center experience of the actual NTA exam of your JEE Mains, because you're going to go into a center, there will be a computer screen, people will be attending it, there will be invigilation. So you want to get the feel free of cost, make sure you give this real JEE Mains test, environment based mock test in Delhi specifically. So if you can go to Delhi, or if you are in Delhi, this is for all of you. Vedantu Learning Center in Janakpuri. Alright, so it's from 15 Jan to 22nd Jan, from morning till evening. You can have many slots. You will get a call when you fill the form. The link is there in the description box. Okay, so make sure you do that. And I think right now it's the time for Pahul sir to come over here. See, these are the this is the link to get where is it? I think it is not there over here. Anyways, I'll figure it out later on. I'll just make sure that the link is also added. And also remember that you also have a test series for those of you who want to give it from home. So this is that link. Click on this particular link. You will see this is a collection of 17 mock tests. You can give it at home. Two of them are rank predictor test series. 5 of them are scheduled with others. So it's a live test, and 10 of them can be given at any point of time. It's for 999 rupees, less than 1000 rupees. And these tests will have different varieties of question which you would not have seen anywhere on the, any online platform or in any other book as well. Okay, so make sure either you come to the center or give the test online sitting at home. Okay, so that's it from my side. I'll be calling upon Pahul sir now. Okay, take care. Attend the maths.
Hello, check. All right, people. Let's see if the stream is coming on. If I am audible, and I'll be visible in a while. Yeah, if I'm audible and visible, please write here in the chat box. You know the drill. Welcome to the chemistry segment of today's sure shot questions. Yeah, and obviously, since you are here with Pahul sir now, we are going to focus on questions that can turn up in your examinations from organic chemistry. So the questions that I've chosen are representative of the kind of questions that you can expect in your shift as well. There are certain reaction mechanisms, there are certain concepts that are bound to come in some shift or the other, right? So are we ready for that? This is the first question that we're going to solve, and this question essentially is here to tell you that biomolecules is important. At least one question, maybe 2 questions will definitely come in your shift from biomolecules part. Now in biomolecules, there are 2 segments of questions, all right? One will be from amino acids. What are the structures of amino acids? Yeah, whether the amino acid is chiral or not. What is the symbol for the amino acid? What is the isoelectric point of the amino acid? That's one category of questions. And the other category falls for carbohydrates, all right? What's the kind of carbohydrate, hexose, pentose, etc., etc. And in those, what is the stereo center, D, L, etc., etc. Those kind of questions can come. So one question that's representative of that sort is this. Let's read it carefully. L isomer of tetrose. Tetrose means that there are 4 carbons in this particular carbohydrate. Notice the patterns that I'm going to show you, all right? Even if you don't know the theory behind it, just notice the patterns and try to replicate it whenever you're solving questions. L isomer of tetrose, formula is also given, gives positive Schiff's test and has two chiral carbons. Okay. On acetylation, X yields triacetate. X also undergoes the following reactions. Now we have to figure out what is this X. Okay. Do you guys remember the structure of glucose? Do you guys remember the structure of glucose? Let's revise a little. What you do on the top is a CHO. What you do on the bottom is CH2OH. And apart from these two carbons, there are 4 more carbons that we draw on this vertical line. Okay. So how do we draw those 4 carbons? You just do this. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay. Hello, check. Is there a technical issue? Let me just refresh and see what's going on. Okay, seems to be fine now. I don't know, it stopped working for me for some reason. Anyway, so there are these 4 carbons, alright? Now onto these 4 carbons, what you have to do to make the straight chain structure of glucose. Look at this carefully. You remember this rhyme in your mind. OH, H, OH, OH. Okay? That's the rhyme that you have to keep in your mind. OH, H, OH, OH. You draw it like this. On the other side, obviously, wherever there's OH, you put H. Wherever there's H, you put OH. Alright. So how do you remember this? CHO on top, CH2OH at the bottom, 4 carbons in the middle, OH, H, OH, OH. This is the straight chain structure of naturally found glucose. What kind of glucose is this? Okay. This is known as D-glucose. Okay. This is known as capital D glucose. Now, what does this capital D mean? This capital D means that coming from the alcohol side, see, one side is just alcohol, one side is aldehyde, yeah? So coming from the bottom side, the first stereo center, this is the first stereo center. If you notice, all these 4 carbons are chiral carbons. The first stereo center is this one, which I've marked in bold blue color. The first stereo center, if this one is on the right hand side, this is called D. Okay. So this D means first stereo center, OH on right side. When you make the Fisher projection of your sugar, carbohydrates are also known as sugars. So the first stereo center, OH has to be on right side, then it will be called D. Over here, it says L isomer. So for L isomer, what do we need to check? We need to check that the first stereo center has to be on the left hand side. Okay. So over here, can we notice first stereo center, left hand side? Okay, great. First stereo center, this is also on left hand side. First stereo center, this is also on left hand side. This OH has made a bond with the CHO, that's fine. Over here also on the left hand side. So all structures are technically L structures. So using this information, there's nothing we can do about this question. Anyway, now since there are 6 carbons over here, okay, this particular carbohydrate can also be called a hexose. Hexose because it has 6 carbons in it. And since it is an aldehyde, okay, sugars can also have ketones in them. For example, I'll show you a structure. This has an aldehyde, so we will call it an aldohexose. Okay. Fructose on the other hand, what fructose has, just giving you a quick example, fructose on the top you have CH2OH, then you have a double bond O, then you again have some OH and stuff like that. So fructose is actually a ketohexose. You can look at the structure later. So fructose is a ketohexose. Over here you have an aldohexose. Fine. Now my dear friends, let's try to read the question and understand whether this tetrose is an aldose or a ketose. In all the options you have aldose, by the way. Okay? So this gives positive Schiff's test. Now Schiff's test is a little complicated to write. It uses a big compound which loses its color essentially when reacted with aldehyde. Okay, it's a pink colored compound, para-rosaniline, something like that. Okay, it's a complicated compound, so you don't need to worry about it. No one's going to ask you about the structure. But the point is, Schiff's test is a test for aldehydes. It's a very old, very primitive test. Cool. So, Schiff test is for aldehydes. So, we figured out L isomer, aldo tetros. All of the structures are again aldos. Now, let's understand. It has 2 chiral carbons. All the structures have 2 chiral carbons. Still can't do anything. On acetylation, X yields triacetate. What do we mean by acetylation? Do you understand this point? Do you understand what do we mean by acetylation? Acetylation essentially means you are reacting the OH groups of our structure with something like an acetic acid or a derivative. You can put any group over here, some derivative. Could be chloride, could be anhydride, acetic anhydride. Fine. And basically what you'll do is you'll form an ester over here. This means to say that there are triacetate, it means 3 esters are formed in the same structure. Essentially, it means that this structure has 3 OH groups. Perfect. Hartanam, yes, you've done that Schiff test in your school. Very nice. So, triacetate means you have 3 places where there are OH groups. Now, let's see what are the further reactions that X gives you. On reaction with HNO3, it gives some A. Fine, what do I do with that information? Look at this particular piece of information. When you react X with NaBH4, that gives me a chiral compound. Now, try to figure out the answer. Yeah, now try to figure out the answer. What will happen here? Can anyone tell me what's going to happen with HNO3? Let me see in the chat box. Can anyone tell me what's going to happen if my sugar reacts with HNO3? This chirality is very important. See what my NaBH4 will do. NaBH4 reduces aldehyde to alcohol, right? So you need the aldehyde to get converted to an alcohol, essentially. Shaikh, yes, very nice. Sanjay, very nice. So HNO3 is a mild oxidizing agent. It will convert the CHO groups into an acid group. Okay. Whatever are your primary alcohol CHO group, they can get converted to acids if you react with HNO3. Leave that. We need to understand this. NaBH4 will reduce aldehyde to a chiral compound. If I reduce this aldehyde, what will we have? This will become CH2OH. On the top CH2H, on the bottom CH2OH. If you look at this structure, this is a meso compound, isn't it? Top half is the same as the bottom half. There's a plane of symmetry in this. Because there's a plane of symmetry in this particular compound, this can't be our answer. The only compound that's left which satisfies us in all the dimensions is this one. Because if you now convert this into your CH2OH, look at this beautiful chiral compound. There are 2 chiral carbons. OH on the top is on the right hand side, OH on the bottom is on the left hand side. If you make its mirror image, you will get a non-superimposable mirror image of this one. Yeah, this is a chiral compound. Perfect. So answer is D. So the point being, I took this question just so that I could revise these small concepts for you. Otherwise, figuring out that this is the answer was very simple. All you had to focus was on just one reaction. Okay. So yeah, I took the opportunity to spend more time revising these concepts for you. Very nice. Let's move on to the next question now. Coolio. I'm sure Shreya sir told you about this. If you guys want to enroll in a test series that is all India level, yeah, we've updated a lot of tests in this now. If you want to know your rank with respect to other people who take this test series, then Vedantu has one for you, which is absolutely free of cost. All you need to do is go to the description box, check out the links that are given there. The first link will be of the test series. Go there, put your email ID, you're enrolled. You will take the test, a lot of questions will come in front of you, you will get your rank. What else do you need? Yeah. Daily practice problems also available. Everything is given in the description box down below, so make sure you check that out. Now, this is just a theoretical question. Such questions, when they come in the examination, if you know the answer, attempt them. If you don't know the answer, please do not guess anything. Please do not risk negative marking. Guessing answers in the examination is a perfect recipe for disaster. Alright. Haritanam, it's okay, man. If you're not feeling well, then take rest. Recovering is important, right? Do you know the answer to this one? See what happens in proteins. How do you form proteins, people? How do you build proteins? Proteins are built by alpha amino acids, yes? What do alpha amino acids look like? How do you write the structure for any general alpha amino acid? All you need to do is just write a V. On one side put COOH, on the other side just put an NH2. Amino acid, this is the alpha carbon. Yeah. If this is the main functional group, you know it from nomenclature, COOH is always at high priority. So this is the main functional group, this is the alpha carbon, on the alpha carbon you have an amine. So alpha amino acid. Now on this particular carbon you may have any group. You may have any group. Okay. Now this group might be hydrogen, might be CH3, might be some other complicated stuff. And that's how you get all your naturally occurring amino acids. Fine. Badhiya. Now when this amino acid comes close to another amino acid, say, there you go, I'll make it in a better manner. What can happen in the middle? There's some other group on this, whatever. What can happen over here in the middle is that you can have a dehydration reaction. So nitrogen has one hydrogen over here, let's say one hydrogen over here. A water molecule can leave. Now what you've done essentially is a reaction between an acid and an amine. So what you form here is a very simple amide bond. Yes, C double bond O, single bond N. This is an amide linkage. Now since amide is a chemist term and this chapter is biomolecules and biologists always want to prove that they are better than chemists, they gave this a different name. Alright, instead of calling it an amide, they call it a peptide linkage, just to sound fancy. Peptide. No idea why. So people, if there is a linkage of 2 amino acids, you call it a dipeptide. If there are 3 amino acids, tripeptide. 4 tetrapeptide, polypeptides. Proteins are essentially polypeptides. Alright. Now, when you have multiple amino acids linked with each other, okay, let's say this is just a chain of amino acids. Okay, multiple amino acids are linked with each other via amide bonds. This straight chain is known as the primary structure of proteins. Okay. Now when this chain becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, it starts coiling around itself. So now it starts coiling around itself. Okay, because the chain is so long, it's very flexible. But now these two chains can have certain interactions between them. This kind of a structure is known as the secondary structure of proteins. Okay. Now this structure can combine with other such structure, make a tertiary structure for protein. That can all get jumbled up and multiple things can come together. That is called quaternary structure of proteins. Essentially, the main chain is formed by amide linkages, and then these secondary interactions keep them all together. They've asked you, what are these secondary interactions? Which one does not stabilize the secondary and tertiary structure of proteins? Which one of these interactions does not happen here, these blue ones? So let me tell you, the answer to this question is peroxy linkages. There are no oxygen-oxygen peroxy linkages in these. You will find van der Waals forces, obviously. What are van der Waals forces? Just two molecules getting attracted to each other because of their high surface area, size, induced dipole interactions. That will happen everywhere. Hydrogen bonding can happen. SS linkages are also possible somewhere or the other. There are certain amino acids that have sulfur in them, okay? And those linkages can also happen, but peroxy linkages cannot happen over here. Cool. Chalo, let's move on to the next question. Let's do this. Which of the following statements are incorrect? Very quickly, you got to tell me. This is a standard question that can turn up in any shift. Yeah. So as I told you, this is what the structure of the amino acid looks like. Yeah. There is a hydrogen on this carbon, obviously, and there is a group. So if you notice, this carbon is going to be optically active. The only case when it's not optically active is if the group itself is hydrogen. This is the only alpha amino acid that is achiral, that is optically inactive. This particular amino acid is known as glycine, the simplest of all amino acids, glycine. Okay, so this is the only naturally occurring amino acid that is optically inactive. Everything else is optically active. Yeah, the application of this has been asked time and again. The first time, okay, the very first time when this was asked was, I think, JEE Advanced 2018. In JEE Advanced 2018, they had asked a very lengthy question where you had to generate a tetrapeptide, and on one end of it you had to put the only optically inactive amino acid. That was just one hint in the entire question, that for the tetrapeptide that you are supposed to make, one end has to be optically inactive. So that's how you know that, okay, on one end you have glycine. So that is when the concept was asked for the first time in JEE, and then after that JEE Mains has been repeating that idea. So yeah, this is glycine. The next amino acid, at least you should know these two. Try to remember all if you can, but at least you should know these two. This is called alanine. Glycine and alanine, at least this much. Try to keep it in your mind. Let's go to the next one. Which of the following compounds will behave as a reducing sugar in an aqueous KOH solution? Very nice. How do you figure out reducing sugars? What is a reducing sugar? See, essentially, you've heard of Tollens reagent, Felling's test, Benedict test. Yes. What happens is that all of these reagents, if you have a CHO group or if you have an alpha hydroxy ketone, aldehydes or alpha hydroxy ketones, these guys can reduce the testing reagents. Felling's test, Benedict's test, Tollens test, alright? All of those show positive reactions with either aldehydes or alpha hydroxy ketones. Okay? Now what we have to figure out in these structures is, from where can I get an aldehyde? From where can I get a ketone? That is what you have to figure out. What happens in these sugars is a hemiacetal formation. Yeah? What is a hemiacetal? Basically, this is your aldehyde. Okay. If you react it with an alcohol, what happens over here is this oxygen attacks over here. Ultimately, it forms a compound where one of the linkages with an alcohol and the other is just an OH group. This is what a hemiacetal looks like. Okay, this particular structure is known as a hemiacetal. OH and O are on the same carbon. This reaction actually is reversible. What we have to figure out here is where do we have a hemiacetal. If we have a hemiacetal, it can form my aldehyde or ketone back again, which can give me the test. So now you have to figure out where is the hemiacetal. Oh, now how do we see if we have hemiacetal or not? I'll give you a simple technique. This technique will make your questions much faster. Notice the cyclic OH. Yeah, all these, not OH, cyclic oxygen. All these compounds have one oxygen in the ring. Notice these. Okay. Notice these. This blue oxygen is this one. There's a cyclic hemiacetal formation that happens in carbohydrates. This blue oxygen is basically the one that's the OR group. Okay. Now all you have to see is whether you can open any of these. If you can open any of these into the ketone or aldehyde. Try to figure out. Is there any possibility? Which of the followings will behave as reducing sugar in aqueous KOH solution? See if there is any opportunity to open it up. You have to notice very carefully, okay? Aqueous KOH solution is given. So there is certain reactions that you can do. Okay? I'll give you the hint. Notice these two. There is an ether and there is an ester. See, what you need is on the carbon next to the blue oxygen. Okay? On the carbon next to the blue oxygen, you need an OH group. Carbon next to oxygen, you need an OH group. Focus on this carbon, this carbon, this carbon, and this carbon. You could focus on the other carbon also, but over here there is no use of focusing on these. Okay? So the ones that I've marked in blue color, try to figure out where can you find an OH group or where can you make an OH group. Ethers are not very reactive. Yeah, ethers are not very reactive. You have to give them a lot of energy. You have to use certain specific reagents to open up ethers. It is possible, but it's not as easy as opening up an ester. Yes. This is an ester, right? What does this look like? I'm going to draw it over here. This is whatever your chain is. Whatever. There's an oxygen, C double bond O, CH3. As soon as you hydrolyze it, OH negative H2O, that's what you've been given here. This will convert into whatever this was, OH. This will break apart, right, into acid and alcohol. That's what an ester does. So since you can generate an alcohol from here, once you generate, you remove this entire thing, you make this into an OH group. Yeah, just a second. This goes away and this becomes OH. So once this becomes an OH group, this is exactly what you have. You have the hemiacetal. So this hemiacetal can open up, form your aldehyde or ketone and give you the reducing reaction. Nice question, right? It's not as simple. Simple questions, what will happen is, on this carbon or on this carbon, you will directly have an OH group. So what you need to do in order to check for reducing sugars is look at the cyclic oxygen, look at the carbons next to the oxygen. If you have an OH group on that, reducing. If there is no OH group, not reducing. Over here, directly the OH group was not given. You had to create an OH group using the reagent mentioned in the question. That's nice. Moving on, to the next question. I know I'm tiring you with biomolecules. The questions will change. Don't worry. Let's do this one. Isoelectric point. Standard question of calculating isoelectric point. How do we calculate isoelectric point? Very quickly, I'll tell you. See, we've been given aspartic acid. Aspartic acid is an acidic amino acid. All amino acids are like this, of course. This is the acidic part, this is the basic part. So these two basically cancel each other's acidity and basicity, more or less. But the group here now can introduce more acidic character or basic character into the amino acid. So if this group itself contains something like OH group or COOH group, the entire thing becomes an acidic amino acid. If this group, on the other hand, contains molecules like nitrogen, NH2, then the nitrogen's lone pair, as you know, can react as a base. And therefore, in that case, this entire thing will become a basic amino acid. Aspartic acid is one of the acidic amino acids. If you notice, this is the typical COOH, this is your amine part, and this CH2, C double bond O, single bond OH. Another acid is introduced. Perfect. Now, when in the amino acids, okay, in amino acids, you take, if it's an acidic amino acid, if it's the acidic amino acid, okay, take the two acidic pKa and average them out. Just look at what's going on over here. COH gets converted to CO2 negative at 1.88. Then this one also gets converted into O negative at this pH, 3.65. This one is your basic system. Yeah. Now your amine part is acting as an acid. So this is in a very basic condition. These are acidic conditions. So all you need to do in this particular case, when you have the acidic amino acids, you take the two acidic pKa's, this one and this one, take an average of them. So isoelectronic point over here is 1.88 plus 3.65 divided by 2. How much is it? There you go. Okay. If, listen to me carefully, if this was a basic amino acid, then you take the two basic pKa's. Okay. So if this was the basic amino acid, this one would be the most acidic case, leave it. The next two will be two basic cases, you take the average of the basic cases to get the isoelectronic point of a basic amino acid. Standard. And if the amino acid is neither acidic nor basic, there will only be two pKs. Because if this group is not acidic, not basic, then one pK will come from here, one pK will come from here. You take that average, that will give you the isoelectric point. So you have to take the average of only two isoelectric points. In acidic amino acids, take the two acidic ones. In basic amino acids, take the two basic ones. In neutral amino acid, take the two that you have. If you solve more previous year questions, you will find multiple questions from the same concept, very similar, very simple to solve. Make sure you do that. Cool. Let's see what's the next question we have. Beautiful. A very nice question. It's a simple one, but it involves a reaction that will definitely come in your exam. At least in like out of all the shifts, 60% of the shifts will have the application of this particular reaction. First of all, read the statement carefully. The incorrect statement regarding the reaction given below is, please don't do a silly mistake over there. It's asking for the incorrect statement. Now, can you tell me what is the reaction that's happening? It's a quintessential reaction. What is the reaction that's happening? Srimuga is now saying that, sir, NaNO2 plus HX, this should do diazotization. But my friend, for diazotization, you need to have NH2 over here. You need to have a primary amine over here. If this was aniline, if this nitrogen had two hydrogens, then this might have given you diazotization. But there is no primary amine, this is a tertiary amine. This cannot react with NaNO2 plus HCl. So diazotization is out of the question. Now tell me what's going to happen. What does NaNO2 and HX do? I'll start giving you some hints, okay? NaNO2 plus HCl, X is any halogen, okay? So what happens when these two combine together is something like this. OH group bonded to a nitrogen, bonded to double bond O, and obviously the NaCl goes towards the side. NaCl goes away, fine. This is formed. What do we call this? This is known as, this is known as nitrous acid. This is known as nitrous acid. Now, what's the special property of nitrous acid? How does nitrous acid react? Nitrous acid generally does this reaction. Okay, it loses the OH negative and it forms two species. One is an OH negative. It can go and sit with the solvent. The main reactive species that HNO2 gives rise to is N double bond O positive. This is the main reactive species here. And if you notice, since it has a positive charge, it wants electrons now. This is an electrophile. Okay, this is an electrophile. So you've got electrophile, you've got an aromatic system. What's the reaction, people? And for all of you who are making mistakes while solving these questions, that's good, because these mistakes could have happened in the examination. Now you won't make these mistakes in the examination. Now you know that if you see NaNO2 and HCl, you can't just directly do diazotization. There are other possibilities as well. So that's why I recommend all of you to solve as many questions as possible, because more number of mistakes that you do, you'll learn more ideas. Srimuga, very nice. Electrophile with an aromatic system obviously gives you electrophilic aromatic substitution. Yatin, very nice. So what we have to do over here is electrophilic aromatic substitution. For all the people who are sitting live in this session right now, number one, subscribe to the channel, okay? Because we bring out lots of content for you that's going to help you in the examination. Number two, the chat box is open only for subscribers. So subscribe and interact with me. That's the beauty of a live session. Otherwise, you could just watch a video, right? So those of you who are just sitting like that, keep responding in the chat box. That's the fun of a live session. Yeah. Electrophilic aromatic substitution, people. How is this happening? Do you guys remember the mechanism of electrophilic aromatic substitution? You want me to revise it? Just write yes or no if you want me to revise it. Kavya, that's okay. You can watch the physics session first. Tell me, people, how do I do an electrophilic aromatic substitution? Do you remember the mechanism? Yeah? So let me revise the mechanism for that as well. See, if we have a benzene ring, I'll take a normal benzene and then we'll see what is going to happen in this case. So this is the electrophile you have. Yeah, whatever electrophile you might have, there are multiple ways of generation of electrophiles. If you want me to revise that, I will do that for you as well. Chalo. So move one of the pi bonds in one direction, capture the electrophile. This is the reactive intermediate that will get formed. Yes, this is the reactive intermediate that will get formed, isn't it? Positive charge, because you've taken away the electrons from there. And this type of a species is known as an arenium ion. Okay, this intermediate is known as an arenium ion intermediate. Arene stands for something that comes out of benzene or aromatic species. Em stands for a positive charge. Arenium ion. Now, if you notice carefully, there are hydrogens in all 6 of these carbons. So there's a hydrogen here, which we've not drawn because it's a bond line formula. So let's make it visible. What you can do with this hydrogen, if you notice, whenever we generate an electrophile, there's always a nucleophile or a base that's generated. In this electrophile generation, you saw there was an OH negative that was generated. Use that OH negative, capture the proton, give the electrons back to carbon, and once this happens, your aromaticity will be regained. Nitrosobenzene. Alright, nitrosobenzene is formed. Now people, look at this particular substituent. On the substituent you have a nitrogen, nitrogen has lone pair can go into the benzene ring, do resonance, and once you make the resonating hybrid, you will find negative charges, negative characters on ortho and para positions. We've revised making resonance structures in the last week. Yeah. So your reaction over here can happen either on ortho position or para position. Now in this case, the ortho position is extremely sterically hindered. There's CH3 groups here, huge CH3 groups stopping anything from approaching the ortho position. Better you do the reaction at para position. So what's going to be the product of this reaction? This is not touched at all, and you get your nitroso group over here. Done. First says B is N-nitroso ammonium compound. No, we are doing a C-nitroso. N-nitroso means the nitroso is on nitrogen. No, the nitroso is on a benzene ring. So this is incorrect, and therefore this is the answer of the question. Yeah, since the first statement is incorrect, that is the answer to the question. Perfect. Rest of the statements are correct. Okay. Why low temperatures? This reaction is generally done at low temperatures because at higher temperatures, the NO that's generated, this can react with water from the atmosphere. It can react with the atmosphere itself. If it has enough energy, it will just leave the reaction mixture. So you have to do reactions of NNO2 and HCl at lower temperatures because it's very reactive. Electrophile involved is NO positive. Yes, absolutely. The reaction occurs at low temperature. Yeah, good. So the first statement is wrong. Shrimuga, absolutely. It's generally done at 0 to 5 degrees Celsius. When you do this in the laboratory, you take a bucket of ice and then you put your test tubes in that bucket and then you do that reaction in the test tube. Chalo, let's go to the next question. So what I wanted to emphasize in this question is electrophilic aromatic substitution is extremely important. Extremely important. Alright. Sanjay is saying, but it will take place simultaneously without forming charges. You can think about it like that, but technically speaking, the electrophile over here is NO positive. Let's move on to the next question. Now, yeah, Shrimuga, now what you were suggesting earlier in that question is going to happen. Orthophenylene diamine is going to react with HNO2 again. And here now, what will you do? What is this orthophenylene diamine? Simply a benzene ring with 2 amines, both ortho to each other. This is the substrate that's been given in the question. Okay. Now figure out what you're going to do. So you've been given HNO2, looking at the reactions, looking at the questions over here, it's obvious that only one of these will get converted to the diazonium cation. Okay. How will it form the diazonium cation? Something like this. Yeah, that's what the diazonium cation looks like. So now diazonium cation can react with this particular nitrogen itself. How will it react? Forget about the Cl negative. The lone pair of this nitrogen can attack this nitrogen. The pi bond moves towards this side. Done. You will get a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 membered ring on this side. Benzene on the left side. There you go. Done. Yeah. Don't make the 3 membered ring, please. No. It's a 5 membered ring with 3 nitrogens. Okay. This nitrogen attacks here. The lone pair, the pi bond, this one, moves towards the nitrogen, satisfies its positive charge. So benzene, nitrogen, double bond nitrogen, single bond another nitrogen. You will say there's extra hydrogen over here, that can go with the Cl negative. Okay. Anisha, so for this year JEE, organic chemistry will be somewhere around 35-36%. Your physical chemistry will be the same 30-33%, and around 30-31% will be inorganic chemistry. Srimuga is saying, what happens if you put multiple moles? See, there's no benefit of doing that, because as soon as one of the nitrogens gets converted to the diazonium cation, this will happen because it's a very fast intramolecular reaction. So then this will get formed. So now after this, this will again do what? After this will again, if it generates the electrophile NO, then it can do your electrophilic aromatic substitution somewhere on benzene, if we put multiple moles of HNO2. Cool. Let's move on to the next question. Very nice. If you're finding these easy, then I'm sure you will find JEE easy. If these questions feel easy to you, then JEE is going to be super simple. So once again, electrophilic aromatic substitution. Guaranteed there will be a question from electrophilic aromatic substitution. JR Talents, yes, this is organic chemistry, which is obviously, most of it is in 12th class. Batao ji, tell me, what is this reaction? AlCl3, Lewis acid. What is the Lewis acid going to do? It's going to try and generate an electrophile from this reaction mixture. The substrate itself is going to do everything. Yeah. So AlCl3 essentially is going to capture this chlorine, and you will have a positive center generation here. Yes. Yeah. Now the interesting thing here is that in Friedel-Crafts, carbocation separately is not generated. As soon as you start developing a positive character here, the reaction will start to happen. You don't wait for the carbocation to get formed and then do the reaction. In Friedel-Crafts, you directly do the reaction. Thankfully, even if you form a carbocation over here, they've already given a 2-degree carbocation. If you rearrange, it will again be a 2-degree carbocation. So you won't do the mistake of rearranging the carbocation here, even if you made it. Because it's already 2-degree and it has 5 alpha hydrogens already. If you rearrange it, it will now have 4 alpha hydrogens. So better keep it the way it is. So now, this is the electrophilic carbon. It will do an intramolecular reaction with the benzene ring. Which carbon on the benzene ring should I do my reaction with? That's all you have to figure out now. Which carbon? What are the options? See, nitro group is meta directing. What are the carbons present? Meta to the nitro group. This is nitro, this is the meta, this is the meta. OCH3 is ortho para directing. So ortho to OCH3 is this carbon, so is this, but attack won't happen here. And para to OCH3 is this carbon. Yeah. So the attack can happen either on this side or on this side. Now you have to decide where should I do the attack. See, if I do the attack here, there is another problem of steric hindrance, because oxygen has a CH3, that CH3 might interfere with this side. Better to do the reaction where there is less steric hindrance. Now you have to figure out how many membered ring will be formed. That's also pretty simple to figure out. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 membered ring that's formed on the side, and there will be a bond between this carbon and this carbon. On this carbon you have a methyl group. Which is the answer now? Yes. Lambo and Sanjay, how is it C? Yeah, that's what I said, because if you make this, there's a lot of steric hindrance on this side. OCH3, another CH3, there's going to be a steric hindrance problem. No steric hindrance. Nice. 6 membered ring. This is the new bond that is formed. Yeah. This is the new bond, this one. CH3 on the same question. On the same carbon. Yeah. Random person is saying in the previous question, why is N2 not acting as a leaving group? See, the thing is that whenever we have N2 bonded to a benzene ring, it's difficult for it to leave as a leaving group. You have to create certain conditions for it to leave as a leaving group. You have to put, phosphorus reagents to reduce it. You have to put copper high temperature to replace it with something like chlorine or fluorine, etc. So whenever you have just a regular reaction with N2 positive that's on a benzene ring, it can also act as an electrophile like it did in the previous question. Yeah, the N2 positive, like it happens in your diazonium dyes creation. Yeah, azo dyes. You create the diazonium salt attacks another benzene and does an electrophilic aromatic substitution there. So, as you know, on a benzene ring, substitutions are very difficult. You can do substitutions on a benzene ring, nucleophilic substitutions on a benzene ring, only in certain conditions. Yeah. What are those conditions? Those are either your benzene mechanism conditions or your Meisenheimer complex conditions. Nucleophilic aromatic substitution has very specific substrates and reagents. Yeah. Cool. Let's move forward. Simple question. But why am I showing you this question? Because the application of hydride ion providing reagents has been asked time and again in JEE. Every year I see there is a question of either LiLH4 or NaBH4 or some variation of this or dibal H, etc. So let's revise that part now with the help of this question. So what does LiLH4 do? What does LiLH4 do? LiLH4 will reduce, it will reduce aldehydes, it will reduce ketones, it will reduce acids and all the derivatives, right? LiLH4 does not touch the double bond, it touches the double bond only in the case of cinnamaldehyde. We've done that revision in the previous week. So there's no cinnamaldehyde over here, chill about that. LiLH4 will reduce the ketone part. It will also reduce the amide part. Now, double bond O, what will it get reduced to? If an H negative approaches here, it will attack, it will get converted into an OH group. So the keto will get reduced to an alcohol. Double bond will not be touched. C double bond C is not touched by LiLH4. What about the amide? How do you reduce the amide? Do you reduce the amide to an amine or an alcohol? Thankfully, the options that they've given over here are pretty simple. So, obviously, you've understood the answer. This one was simple. The options that they've given are pretty chilled out. So, just remember that you reduce your amides to amines using LiLH4. LiLH4 does not reduce amides to alcohols. All the other acid derivatives will be reduced to alcohols, but amides and cyanides are reduced to amines. Okay, we've discussed this in the previous week again. I'm sure you remember. So, what I wanted you to revise is this particular table. And then I'll tell you about LiBH4 and I'll also tell you about diol H. LiLH for NaBH4, both of them react with these aldehydes, ketones, acid chlorides, and acid anhydrides. All these are reactive. Both of them will react perfectly. All of these will be reduced to alcohols. Nice. The interesting bit comes when we move to less reactive derivatives. LiLH4 reacts with everything. Double bond is not reduced. Okay, fine. NaBH4 does not react with acids, does not reduce esters, does not reduce amides. Okay. So, there was a question in JEE asked this year itself where they asked about this LiBH4. I don't know why they would do that, but yeah, they did so. So, LiBH4 is not as reactive as LiLH4, but it's a little more reactive than NaBH4. So, if we talk about reactivity or strength, this is the order that they follow. Cool. So, LiBH4 can reduce esters. LiBH4 does not reduce carboxylic acids. LiLH4 is specifically generated in the laboratory to reduce esters to alcohols. If you have a structure where there is an acid and an ester, ester will be reduced to alcohol, acid will not be reduced to alcohol. Okay, so LiBH4 is specifically used to reduce esters into alcohols. Okay. Now, there's another variation of these hydride ion providing reagents. Let me see if I have an empty page. Yeah. Have you heard of diol H? Have you heard of that? Diol H is essentially diisobutyl aluminium hydride. What does it look like? What is isobutyl? Let me show you. So you make an aluminium. On the aluminium you have two isobutyls. What do isobutyls look like? Something like this. Okay, can you see? 1, 2, 3 and 4 carbons. There we go. Diisobutyl aluminium, and of course there is a hydrogen. Now this particular thing is an incomplete octet species. So similar to B2H6, this guy would exist like a dimer. That's how it exists. Okay. So because it already exists as a dimer, it's not as reactive as LiLH4 or NaBH4. Okay. This is less reactive. So what diol H is used for is that it reduces acids and derivatives. Okay. And by acids and derivatives, we mean all of those, including C triple bond N to aldehydes. Only one step reduction happens. Two-step reduction doesn't happen over here. So LiLH4, NaBH4, LiBH4, all of those were used to reduce those species into alcohols. This one stops at aldehydes, does not reduce any further. So whenever you see diol H in your question, reduce only till aldehydes. Coolio. This is also done. Let's do this one now. What's the major product of the following reaction? Simple. You have to revise what reactions are these. Already you can see, again there's a diazonium reaction that's asked. Fine. Alcoholic NH3, there's an acyl chloride that's given. What should we do over here, people? What do we do in this reaction? Just a second. What I will do is copy and paste it over here. Just a second. I have to use the keyboard to do that jazz. Fine. Now see. Random person, my question to you is, with reducing temperature, do you increase the reactivity or you decrease the reactivity? Think about it. And then you will find your answer on Wikipedia. But think about it. Well, with decreasing temperature, do you increase the reactivity or do you decrease the reactivity? Chalo. The first thing that we are doing over here is we are reacting it with alcoholic NH3. Essentially, you're reacting it with ammonia, and you're not taking water over here because water can react here and create an acid. You don't want to do that. So what you do is you take NH3 and your chlorine will leave, and there is no water that is competing with this reaction. So the first thing that you will get, how many carbons are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a carbon here, this is the CH3. On this particular carbon, there is a double bond O. And now instead of the chlorine, you have an NH2 group. Perfect. The next reaction, can you guys tell me what is that reaction? NaOH, Br2. What is this reaction called, people? Sanjay, very nice. This reaction is why I kept this question here for you. It's known as the Hofmann's bromamide degradation. Hofmann's bromamide degradation. And the interesting thing is, there is a possibility of a question coming from Hofmann bromamide that asks about the reaction mechanism. Generally, you know what we do, we will just write the product here. In Hofmann bromamide, all you have to do is you have to remove the C double bond O and throw it away. This particular carbonyl carbon along with the oxygen becomes CO2 and goes away, and your nitrogen will now directly be associated with this particular carbon. Yeah, on this carbon you will put the nitrogen, you will remove this carbon. But what's the mechanism? That's where questions can come from, and that's why I want to discuss this for you. Let's discuss the mechanism of Hofmann bromamide degradation, shall we? So first of all, you take an amide. What you do is you react it with a base. As you see, NaOH is taken in Hofmann bromamide degradation, yes. So the first step that happens is the OH negative abstracts a proton from the amide and gives you the conjugate base of the amide. Yeah, the nitrogen has a negative charge. Now, this negative charge can attack the bromine. You have the Br2. So this negative charge will attack one bromine, which will act as the positive bromine. The other bromine leaves as the negative bromine. And then the next thing that you form will form over here. Okay, just a second. Aaja bhai. Yes. R, C, double bond O, single bond NH and Br. This is your bromoamide or bromamide. Okay, this is your bromoamide or bromamide. Now we have to do further degradation from here. You again reacted with another OH negative. Yeah, you have to take a good amount of base in this reaction. First step, you abstract the proton, again abstract this proton. Capture it, this goes away, and what you form now is where things start to get interesting. R, C, double bond O, single bond N, negative Br. If you realize, this negative charge is obviously in resonance with the oxygen. But now what happens is the most peculiar step of this reaction. Yeah. Now what happens is the weirdest step of this reaction. What will happen is a rearrangement. Okay. This reaction is called Hofmann's bromamide degradation. It's also called Hofmann's rearrangement reaction. So now this bond that I've highlighted in red, this is going to what will happen for this bond is the carbon on whatever is this R group, the carbon will capture the electrons and then, sorry, what am I doing? Essentially what happens is I'm doing the right thing. The carbon captures the electrons and then tries to move it towards this nitrogen. And you'll be like, sir, wait, doesn't the nitrogen already have a negative charge? It does, but now do you realize this carbon will get a positive character? Yeah. Do you see that this particular carbon will get a positive character now? Yeah. So essentially what happens is, I've shown you step by step, but this is just a very quick thing that happens here. Yeah. You simply move this bond towards this side. It's understood that this carbon will generate a positive character combined with this negative charge to make a double bond over here. You can't make so many bonds on nitrogen. Yeah. So obviously your bromine is supposed to leave. Bromine says bye-bye, because you have to form another bond with carbon. This is the most peculiar step of this particular reaction. So once this rearrangement happens, start from nitrogen, okay? Nitrogen on one side has this R that has moved on to the nitrogen. On the other side it has a double bond C and a double bond O. Cool. Interesting, right? Please make it till this point. What's the time? 7:37. Your Namrata ma'am is also going to take a session with you in some time. Yeah. Cool. So this particular species that we've formed, this entire thing, is known as an isocyanate. Fine. So whenever questions from the mechanism of bromide come in the examination, it's something like this. Which one of these is not an intermediate of Hofmann-bromamide reaction? One will be bromamide, the other will be isocyanate, then another option might be isocyanide. So you have to choose the incorrect one, something like that. Okay. ZZ, yes, you can. Theoretically, you can do that, bro. If you understand reactions and mechanisms, alcohols is not a very difficult chapter. Chalo, till isocyanate we have formed. Now what you do onto the isocyanate is you hydrate it. I'm going to erase whatever we've done till isocyanate so that I can continue writing in the upwards direction. So what you now do is you react it with water. There is water, obviously it will start reacting with water. So what happens over here is a hydration happens that looks something like this. The water molecule adds, nitrogen adds to the hydrogen, the OH adds to the carbon. Yeah. And what you form now is a very unstable species. This unstable species would look something like this. This is your OH group. And this is your nitrogen, which has this R, fine, and this nitrogen has another hydrogen on it. So the double bond has been added by water. This particular species is known as carbamic acid. And carbamic acids are pretty unstable. Really unstable. It quickly decomposes or degrades. Wherever you form carbamic acid, it quickly decomposes into CO2 plus RNH2. So your CO2 gas is evolved, which obviously makes the reaction driven in the forward direction because the product is being taken away from the reaction mixture. So there's no possibility of a reverse reaction. And your primary amine is the major product. So one very important method of generation of primary amines, whose mechanism is also important, is your Hofmann rearrangement, which is also called Hofmann-bromamide degradation. It's easy, that's awesome, man. Chalo. So, after all this jazz, all you need to do over here is just remove this and combine these two together. Shall we? I'm going to erase this now. Okay. So, yeah, what are we left with? This. How many carbons? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 carbons will be left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now over here you will get your NH2. Okay? Your CO2 is gone. Onto this, now you are reacting with NaNO2HCl. So this gets converted into N2 positive. And obviously, since this is not benzene, this is just your typical acyclic compound, straight chain compound. This can act as a very good leaving group. And what you are doing to replace it is that you're using water. So your water's oxygen will attack over here, this guy will leave as nitrogen. Finally, you are forming an alcohol. Done. Sanjay, that's awesome, man. Okay, double Z, you can watch it whenever you want, man. That's it, you're forming an alcohol at the end of the day. That's your major product. Fine. So this question is simple, obviously, but I wanted to show you the mechanism of Hofmann bromide, because in my opinion, there might be a question from the mechanism of it. So let's look at the options once again. There we go. Which one is the answer? Yes. This oxygen has 6 carbons. Please don't choose this one. You have to remove a carbon in the Hofmann degradation. It's a step down reaction. Step down reaction means from the starting point at the product, if you have one less carbon, that's a step down reaction. If you add one carbon, it's a step up reaction. This is the correct answer. Okay. You want to do this one? Again involves a very important reaction that will definitely turn up in your examination. Can you tell me what's the first reaction over here? Essentially, this is a retrosynthesis question. They've given you the product. You have to form the reactant. You have to do reverse reactions, so on and so forth. But that is going to take a lot of time. In such questions, it's better to just look at the options and try to figure out what's going on. Even if you just count the number of carbons, you can solve this question without actually doing the mechanism. See. They've given you formaldehyde, methanol or formaldehyde. Yeah. Oh, this blackboard. Formaldehyde, KOH. Obvious indications that there is going to be an aldol condensation. Which of these can give you aldol condensation? One thing we can reject already. This guy will not give aldol condensation. Why? Because for aldol condensation, you need an alpha hydrogen. This is the alpha carbon. Is there any hydrogen on this? No. So this cannot be our answer. 3 options are there now. Now look at the options. Think about what will happen. This guy will combine with whatever is our starting material, give you a combined thing. You will dehydrate it, it will form a double bond, alpha beta unsaturated ketone. Yeah. After the alpha beta unsaturated ketone is formed, what are you doing over here? You're using CN negative to do the reaction. Then the CN negative will basically, when hydrolyzed, form an acid. Yes. And then this combination is happening. Essentially, your acid part and some alcohol part are combining together. Badhiya. Can you tell me which one would be the correct answer without doing any further reactions? Without writing any reaction, can you tell me which one should be the answer? Very simple. You can do 2 things. Count the number of carbons, look at the structure carefully. Count the number of carbons and look at the structure carefully, you will have the answer. In this entire reaction process, 1 carbon is coming from here, another carbon is coming from here. Yeah. So these two are giving you 2 carbons. So how many more carbons do you need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 carbons are there. Yes. Are we removing any carbons in this reaction? No. There is no step down reaction. Total number of carbons here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 are already here. So need 4 carbons. Which of these structures has 4 carbons? This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carbons. Definitely not. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4 carbons. Can be our structure. 1, 2, 3, 4 carbons. Okay. So now the competition is between A and D. Now without doing the reaction, can you tell me which one is the answer? Notice this. There is one carbon that has 2 CH3s on it. In this reaction, are we introducing any CH3s anywhere? No. We are introducing either a COH, yeah, from here you will have a C with an oxygen, from here you will have a C with a triple bond nitrogen, which will get converted into a C with a double bond O. So the only place where this carbon with 2 CH3s on it will come from is the starting material. This is the only place. This carbon has these 2 CH3s on it. From here, you can't generate this. Therefore, the answer is option A. Without even lifting your pen, you would look at this and give the correct answer. You will reach this level of proficiency if you practice a lot of questions. So this is literally like a 10-second question in the examination. Aldol rejected, CH3 is on one carbon, everything rejected, answer done. Nice. So do one thing, after my section is over, after Namrata ma'am's section is over, after the class essentially, try to do this reaction step by step. Okay, try to do it in 2 ways. Start from this, do these reactions from this, figure out how it's happening. The other way what you do is you try to think backwards, retrosynthetic way. Without thinking about the options, try to think if you weren't given the options, how would you convert this into the product, into the reactant? Think about this after the class, spend some time with it, spend another like 15 minutes with this question. That will help you improve your organic chemistry question solving. Chalo, let's move on to the next question. So aldol condensation, very important. Can you do this one? Again, there is electrophilic aromatic substitution. Once again, bromine onto some aromatic species. You have to figure out where the bromine will add. What is this? This is hydroxylamine. The species is known as hydroxylamine. Hydroxylamine will react where? Then whenever you use species of phosphorus with oxygen, it is usually for dehydration. Either it is for dehydration or it is for reduction. Think, please. Tell me. If 5 of you give me the correct answer, I will not solve this question. If less than 5 of you give the correct answer, I will have to solve this question. It's very simple. Okay, I already got 2 wrong answers. One correct answer. Chalo, I'll have to solve it, it means. So people, you are adding Br2, OH is activating, CHO is deactivating, okay fine, but OH is activating. What are the positions where the reaction can happen? OH will activate the ortho positions, para position is already taken. CHO, minus M group, it will activate the meta position. So these 2 positions are activated once again. And look at the options. In the options you have double bromines everywhere. Obviously you will do bromine substitution on both these positions. So structure A, I'll make it over here, will look something like this. There's an OH, there is a C double bond O single bond H. There's a bromine here and a bromine here. What does hydroxylamine do? Typical reaction of carbonyl compounds with hydroxylamines is this one. Any carbonyl compound, if you react it with any nitrogen that has two hydrogens on it, it might have some group. This group can be anything, okay? This group can be a carbon, this group can be a nitrogen, can be an oxygen, can be whatever. What you do here is you do a dehydration. You remove a water molecule and make a C double bond N. R dash double bond N group. Fine. So what will be the product B? The product B is going to look something like this. ये हुआ OH group. This is your C double bond N now. Bromine and bromine. Now the next thing is to reduce using P2O5. You are not touching the phenol at all. All you are doing is you are reducing this particular part. You are further reducing the C double bond N, and you had an OH group over here, sorry. This species is called an oxime. C double bond and single bond OH, this is called an oxime. So all you have to do, don't have to touch this, you just have to do a dehydration over here. How will you do the dehydration? P2O5 is a dehydrating agent. This is the water molecule that is removed. So right now you had CNOHH, this OH and H will go, you will have C triple bond and the cyanide will get formed. So what's the correct answer? Cool. Very nice. Okay. Ready for the next question? No organic chemistry anymore. There are just two questions of chemical bonding, then my part will be over. Then I'll hand it over to Namrata ma'am. People, match list 1 with list 2. From chemical bonding chapter, 2 parts are gonna come for certain. Maybe you've done this with Novamita ma'am, I'm not sure, maybe you have. So, 2 portions from chemical bonding are definitely gonna come in your examination. One is VSEPR and hybridization, that's the same thing. And the other is molecular orbital theory. I've taken one of those each. Let's do this one. IF7, ICl4 negative, XCF6, XCF2. Number of lone pairs on the central atom. How do we do these questions? It's a standard procedure you have to follow. I'll show you the technique to do it. Standard, okay? IF7, you make iodine, which is the central atom. On iodine, in the non-bonded state, how many valence electrons are there? Iodine is a halogen. Halogens have 7 valence electrons in their outermost shell in the non-bonded state. Make those 7 electrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whenever fluorine makes a bond, what kind of a bond is it? Fluorine bond to, let's say, hydrogen. It's a single bond. Fluorine always makes single bonds. And in this single bond, 1 electron comes from fluorine. The other electron comes from whatever it is bonded to. 1 electron is fluorine's own, the other is from whatever it is bonded to. So if fluorine makes 7 bonds with this, it will bring 1 electron from its own, the other 7 will be taken from iodine. So all of these 7 electrons essentially will be used for bonding with fluorines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. All the 7 electrons are used up. So is there any lone pair on it? No. 0 lone pairs. Option number 4. Cool. Let's do the remaining ones. ICl4 negative. So iodine as usual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But now there is a negative charge here, right? So when do you have a negative charge on a structure? When there is an extra electron. give that extra electron to iodine itself. Extra electron. So now iodine has an extra electron, obviously this now has a negative charge. Now you have to put 4 chlorines on it. How does chlorine bond? Again with single bonds. So 4 of these electrons will be used for chlorine. Use 4 electrons. Chlorine, 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 and chlorine. How many lone pairs are remaining? 1 and 2. 2 lone pairs. There we go. Simple. Two lone pairs is option number 3. Please don't mark it with option number 2 because it has 2 lone pairs. Don't do that silly mistake. Next, XCF6. Xenon, noble gas, 8 electrons in the valence shell. Out of it, 6 are used for fluorine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. 1 lone pair remains. See how fast we can do this question. 1 lone pair is option number 2. XCF2. Xenon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 electrons in the valence shell. Out of them, only 2 are being used by fluorine. So you are remaining with 1, 2 and 3 lone pairs. Option number 1. A4, B3, C2, D1. If you got this, very nice. What I can notice from the chat box responses over here, listen to me carefully. What I can notice from the chat box responses over here is that you guys understand the theory. You people have revised the reactions, you have the concepts in your mind, perfect. But I can see you still are making some silly mistakes here and there, judging some reactions incorrectly, giving the incorrect answer accidentally, whatever. It is all because of lack of practice. What you need to do in the remaining days till your shift of JEE, you have to keep solving as many questions as possible. You don't need to revise more theory. You have to solve questions, and the questions will help you revise the theory like we do. Practice more questions, please. That will reduce your errors and silly mistakes. Last question of the day, people. Molecular orbital theory. Which of the following statements is incorrect? Which of the following statements is incorrect? Molecular orbital diagrams. Do you remember how to make molecular orbital diagrams? Very simple. Yeah. Shall we do this question? So the first statement says, now there are 4 statements, we have to read them. Among O2 positive, O2 and O2 negative, the stability decreases like this. Okay. So what we shall do over here is we shall make the molecular orbital diagram for these species. O2 positive, O2 and O2 with a negative charge. 15 electrons, 16 electrons, 17 electron species. Now, for electrons more than 14, what's the molecular orbital diagram that you make? I'll tell you, there is no trick that you have to use. I'll show you how quickly you can make a proper molecular orbital diagram in your examination. We are doing for electrons greater than 14. Yes, there is no 2s2p mixing over here anymore. How do we make it? Sigma 1 है, sigma star 1 है, sigma 2 है, sigma star 2 है. 1, 2, 2, 1. Molecular orbital diagram is done. For electrons more than 14, this is what you have to remember. Sigma 1 है, sigma star 1 है, sigma 2 है, sigma star 2 है. Basically 4 lines. And then 1 line, 2 lines, 2 lines, 1 line. 1, 2, 2, 1. Not very difficult to remember. Now, if I want to make the structure, or if I want to make the orbital diagram for O2 positive, how many electrons does this have? 15. Fill 15 electrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Was that so difficult to do? You don't need to remember any tricks or tips or whatever for writing molecular orbital diagrams. What's the bond order over here, people? What's the bond order over here? I'll write here. Bond order for O2 positive, O2 and O2 negative. Let's write the bond order. More bond order means more stability. Can you figure out the bond order over here? Now for bond order, I'm sure what you do is number of bonding minus number of antibonding divided by 2. Or you follow some weird trick. Nothing of that sort is required. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, let's mark all the antibonding orbitals. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, sigma 2s, sigma star 2s, sigma 2pz, pi 2px 2py, pi star 2px 2py, and sigma star 2pz. So we've marked all the antibonding molecular orbitals with a star mark. Now people, bond order is formed only when there is an excess of electrons in the bonding orbitals. Yeah, one electron means half a bond, 2 electrons mean one bond. Let's see what I mean. 2 electrons in bonding, 2 electrons in anti-bonding, they cancel each other out. No bond formed from here. 2 in bonding, 2 in anti-bonding, no bond is formed from here. 2 in bonding, bond can be formed. 2 in bonding, bond can be formed. 2 in bonding but 1 in anti-bonding. So over here, these will cancel each other out. Half a bond will be formed from here. So how many bonds are we formed? 1, 2, 2.5. No need to do that minus plus. Quickly see what is the excess of electrons in the bonding molecular orbitals. That gives you the bond order is essentially 2.5. Yeah. Now obviously, if I do the molecular orbital diagram for oxygen, then I would introduce one more electron here. I will introduce one more electron there. So this guy and this guy will cancel each other out. This will also give you half a bond. So 1 plus half, bond order is 2. Obviously, when you introduce another electron, it will go into the anti-bonding molecular orbital. So half bond order will decrease. For O2 negative, the bond order is 1.5. So this is just another way in which you can draw molecular orbitals, just giving you another technique to use. In case you like this, you can use this technique in your examinations. So obviously the stability is more with higher bond order. This order that's given is correct. This is not the incorrect statement. Let's look at the next statement. Helium-2 molecule does not exist as the effect of bonding and anti-bonding orbitals cancels each other. Let's make the molecular orbital diagrams for helium now. Helium, how many electrons do we have? 4 electrons. Yeah. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, done. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 in bonding, 2 in anti-bonding, cancel each other out. This is a correct statement. Fine. Okay. I'll do for electrons less than 14 here. Srimuga, let's do this. So for electrons less than 14, let's take the example of C2. Let's make the molecular orbital diagram of C2. How many electrons are there in this one? 12. So for electrons less than or equal to 14, how do you make the diagram? Let me show you. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, sigma 2s, sigma star 2s. The first 4 lines are the same. The next lines, you have to remember the idea in your mind. 2, 1, 2, 1. For more than 14, it was 1, 2, 2, 1. This one is 2, 1, 2, 1. The only difference is between this. Okay. These orbitals are flipped once you have electrons more than 14. Otherwise, it's like this. I will give you a trick to remember this. After this question is done, I will give a very weird trick to remember this idea. 12 electrons, let's fill those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So fast. All electrons are paired. This is diamagnetic. What about lithium? Li2. How many electrons are there in lithium? 6 electrons. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, sigma 2s, sigma star 2s. That's all you need to make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All are paired. This is also diamagnetic. O2, 2 negative. For O2, 2 negative, let's make the molecular orbital diagram over here quickly. Okay, O2, 2 negative. This has 18 electrons, basically like fluorine. Yeah. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, sigma 2s, sigma star 2s, 1, 2, 2, 1. Now fill all your 18 electrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Again, all are paired. This is also diamagnetic. Correct statement. So the only thing that we are left with is the last question. It says in the F2 molecule, the energy of the sigma 2pz is more than the pi 2px and pi 2py. This is the diagram for fluorine also. Same diagram is there for fluorine. So let's mark the orbitals if you want. Sigma 2pz. Okay, so this is your sigma 2pz. This is your pi 2px and y. This is your pi star. This is your sigma star. So sigma is lesser in energy, pi is more in energy in the case of electrons more than 14. So this statement becomes incorrect and therefore your answer to the question. Okay, JEE is on 27th, is it? Chalo, good. We have more time to revise things for you. Right, done. Now people, this was the last question that I had to do with you. So Namrata ma'am will take over in a while. But what I will do before I leave is I will teach you this memory technique. It's a very weird memory technique. That's why you'll remember it properly. Electrons less than equal to 14. Let's take the example of nitrogen. And the other case that we'll do, that will be electrons greater than 14. Let's take the case of oxygen that has 16 electrons. Yeah. Over here, what you have to remember is 4 lines. Sigma 1s, sigma star 1s, sigma 2s, sigma star 2s. Then you have to do 2, 1, 2, 1. 2 orbitals, 1 orbital, 2 orbitals, 1 orbital. Obviously, these are pi, these are sigma, pi star, sigma star. On the other hand, what will we do? Over here, what you have to do is, first 4 lines are the same, 1s star 1s, 2s star 2s. Then what you have to remember is 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, so you have 1 orbital, 2 orbitals, 2 orbitals, 1 orbital. So this is the sigma, this is the pi, this is the pi star, this is the sigma star. Okay, how do you remember this? 2, 1, 2, 1, 21, 21. Yes. What is 21? What's the common thing between 21 and 14? What's the common thing between 21 and 14? 14 is a multiple of 7, 21 is also a multiple of 7. 7 into 2 is 14, 7 into 3 is 21. So 14 and 21 will come together with each other. That's why 2, 1, 2, 1 for nitrogen. Navamita ma'am, what's up? Navamita ma'am is also here for your encouragement. What about this one? This is 1, 2, 2, 1. See, the last 2, 1 is the same in both the cases. Fine. Look at this 12. There's a 21 here. There's a 12 here. 12 is a multiple of 4. So is 16. 16 and 12, both are even numbers, both are multiples of 4. So 16 and 12 like to be with each other. 14 and 21 like to be with each other. And this is the weirdest way which I've been using to remember the molecular orbital diagrams since the beginning of time. Yeah, so that's just one way to remember. There are multiple ways in which people try to remember it. There is one way that some other teacher might have told you that you make like this, and this looks like O, so O for oxygen. This is also a way that people use, but okay. Anyway, Julio. Alright. So people, that's it from my side for today's session. Now I will hand it over to Namrata ma'am. I'll just find her wherever she is, tell her to come to the studio. Alrighty. Thank you so much for joining in, people. Just wait for like 2-3 minutes and you'll be handed over to mathematics.
Hey my ninja warriors, welcome to yet another power packed session, and we are doing JEE Main 2024 short high weightage questions. So I won't waste much time and straight away go to the very first question of mathematics section, but I would like you to guess first. And before that, I forgot actually, please confirm whether I am perfectly audible and visible to you. Yes, confirmation, a quick confirmation from you people. Along with, what do you think? What topic from should be our very first question? Our first question is from which topic? Which chapter? What do you think? All right. I guess I am perfectly live. I guess I am perfectly audible and visible. And let me just okay, open the chat. Yes. All right. So the very first question is from differentiability. Yes, differentiability. And I have already told you, these type of questions has become, since the past few years, has become favorite of NTA, or you can say JEE Main, right? Wherein what you need to do is you need to identify the function which is given as either maximum or minimum of multiple functions. How do we solve it? How do we solve such functions where maximum of 2 or 3 functions is given to us? So it is very simple. In the same particular graph, what we need to do is we need to make all 3 graphs. Can you see on the screen? All 3 graphs on the same graph we need to plot, and then only we can determine whether the function is differentiable at 4 points or not, whether the range of this function is 3 to infinity or not, whether the function is an injective function or it is a discontinuous function, right? So basically the whole post-mortem report we can extract once we plot the graph of fx. Shall we start? Yes. Okay, so I can clearly see that fx is consisting of maximum of 3 graphs. So the very first thing I can see over here is x square minus 1. Now x square minus 1 is a parabola, right? X square minus 1 is a parabola, upward facing parabola, whose roots would be what? Whose zeros would be what? Plus 1 and minus 1. So minus 1 would be the first root, and plus 1 would be the second root, right? And if I put x is equals to 0, I get minus 1. That means the graph will cut y-axis at this point. So this is actually the graph of x square is equals to minus 1. I hope that you all are comfortable with graph of x square minus 1, right? Okay. Yes. A student is saying, Vikram, please ensure 30 marks in maths in mains, please ma'am. Yes. Definitely, do not worry about that. All you have to do is trust me, trust the process, and trust yourself. Okay? All right. So I can see Sanjay is saying option A, I guess. Hai na? So this is what? X square minus 1 graph. What about 7 minus x square? Now this graph is downward facing graph, right? Downward facing graph, and the moment I plug in x is equals to 0, I will get a 7. That means what? That this will pass through, basically this will cut the x-axis. Okay, what happened? Yes, this will cut the x-axis at what point? This will cut the x-axis at, sorry, y-axis at 7, and it has 2 roots, minus root 7 and plus root 7. Another thing which I have is y is equals to 5. Now the question arrives that where should be our line y is equals to 5? For that I need to actually solve these two curves, identify the intersection points. So x square minus 1 is equals to 7 minus x square. 2x square is equals to 8. We can clearly see x is equals to what? Plus minus 2. That means this point is nothing but 2. So this is x is equals to 2. And what about y? The moment you plug in 2 over here, you will get 3. So this is what? 3. Basically this point is 3 and our y-axis will come over here. So this is your y is equals to 5 line. Now you need to shade. Now you need to shade what? Maximum portion. So start shading. So this would be maximum, and now this y is equals to 5 would be maximum, and now this 7 minus x square would be maximum. So whichever is the above, that will be the maximum graph. Shade the above wala graph, ठीक है? So this is the graph, right? Now fx is non-differentiable at how many points? So I can see this is the sharp corner, this is also the sharp corner, this is also the sharp corner. So basically 4 sharp corners, that means option A तो definitely is correct. And at the moment I see option A is definitely correct. What about option B? Range of fx is given as 3 to infinity, but I can clearly see that this is 5 and my graph is what? This is my graph, right? This is my final graph. This is my final graph, so 5 to infinity, right? Range is 5 to infinity, hence this is incorrect. Fx is an injective function. No, I can clearly see that this is a what? Yes, this is many one function. Clearly we can see horizontal test says that this is a many one function. Fx is discontinuous at 4 points. No, absolutely not. Fx is absolutely fine in terms of continuity. It doesn't have any break or any jump, right? So fx is absolutely continuous, right? So this is our very first question, and I have already told you this is the pattern maximum of few things, and you have to know everything about this function, right? Clear? Any doubt? Shall I move on to the next problem? So this next problem actually is from functional equation. Now I have already told you multiple times that functional equation, since like past 2 to 3 years, NTA is showing extra favoritism towards this particular topic, which is functional equation, right? And there are multiple functional equation. So let's just understand this. Fx is a function such that f of x plus y is equals to f of x into f of y, right? The moment I see this, who is going to tell me about this particular functional equation? All right, I'm super duper happy that I got an answer immediately, which is Shrimuga. Shrimuga is saying the moment Shrimuga saw this, she said a raised to power x. Yes, my dear students. So fx would be equal to a raised to power x, right? And now the question, if I proceed with the question, information says f of 1 is given as 3, right? So f of 1 is equals to a raised to power 1 is equal to 3, right? Yes, f of 1 is equals to a raised to power 1, that is equal to 3. That means a is 3, so my f of x would be what? A raised to power x, or we can say my fx is 3 raised to power x, my dear students, right? Shrimuga, okay, no issue. Sorry for the gender change. So fx is coming out as 3 raised to power x. Now the question is asking me the sum of, so f of 1 plus f of 2 and so on all the way up to f of n is given as what? 3279, right? Yes. Now solve it. So 3 raised to power 1 plus 3 raised to power 2 plus 3 raised to power 3 and so on all the way up to 3 raised to power n is equals to 3279. This is an infinite, sorry, this is a GP. So we need to apply what? Sum of GP, right? This is sum of GP, right? Sum of GP is what? So a r raised to power n minus 1 upon r minus 1. What is first term? So 3. It will be what? 3 raised to power, how many terms are involved? So 3 raised to power n minus 1 upon 3 minus 1, that is 2. 3279. 3 ones are 3, 3 ones are 3, 3 nines are 27, 1093 multiply 2. So I will get what? So I will get 3 raised to power n is equal to what? So that would be 1 plus 6 no 18. 2186. 3 की power n is coming out as 2187. Now can you imagine what is 2187? Who is going to tell me? Who is going to tell me? So 3 raised to power n is coming out as 3 raised to power 7, and we can clearly see that option B is absolutely right. Yes, perfect. Right? Second question also done nicely. Right? So this was asked in JEE Main 2023. Let me just tell you now. This question is from JEE Main 2023. And you know what? You know what? Yes, Vikram is asking, ma'am, how f of x plus y is? Again, I already told you that the moment you see the whole functional equation, So basically I was expecting these type of questions Vikram is asking, so I have an answer. I have actually extracted out all the concepts related to functional equation. So functional equation basically says that the moment you see certain popular or certain standard equations, you don't have to worry about calculating any function. But in fact, mathematicians have already done their work. They have already calculated functions related to this functional equation, right? So the moment you see, you need to remember the results. You need to remember the results. So the moment you see f of xy is equals to f of x plus f of y, immediately your function would be k times ln x. The moment you see f of xy is equals to this time, so this time plus was there, this time multiply is there. If multiply is there, then the function would be x ki power n. Remember them together. Now we have next two, right? F of x plus y is equals to f of x into f of y, right? This was our question, right? So function would be f of x is equals to a ki power x. Directly you should remember the result. And again, if in place of multiply you see a positive sign over here, your function would be fx is equals to kx, right? So remember these two together, and this is again very important, which says f of x into f of 1 by x is equals to fx plus f of 1 by x. So that would be the there are actually two polynomials in the whole world which will satisfy this functional equation, and that is 1 plus minus x raised to power n. The moment you see this functional equation, there should be only two polynomials which satisfy this particular equation, right? So I knew that this is coming, and that's why I was prepared that this question any one of you might ask. So I am prepared now, and I am giving you this whole concept as well. All right. So two questions done nicely. Now let's move on to the third. Let's move on to the third question, which is all about linear differential equation. Trust me, guys. Linear differential equation will definitely make a place in your upcoming JEE Main 2024, right? Yes. But what if the given function does not belong? What to do? Then what we need to do is, okay. So basically, if given function does not belong to any of the category, then you have to make some effort. You have to do the manipulation, put some values and get the result. Okay, है ना? चलो, linear differential equation का ये सवाल है. Okay, so this is the differential equation which is given to us, right? And let me just talk about linear differential equation plus first. So how does a linear differential equation look like? dy by dx plus py is equals to q, right? Where p and q are functions of x. If you see this type of category of differential equation, you don't have to solve it, right? Because mathematicians has already solved that for you. You just need to fit in the values. I'll show you. So the solution of differential equation would be what? Tell me. So that would be y multiplying integrating factor is equals to integral of q multiplying integrating factor dx plus c. This is your result, where integrating factor would be nothing but e ki power integral of p dx. All you have to do is just this. Okay. So now my differential equation looks like this or not. For that, I need to change this a bit. I actually need to divide the whole differential equation by what? X log x. Divide the whole differential equation by x log x, right? So dy by dx, right, divided by x log x plus y upon x log x is equal to x square log x upon x log x. So I have divided the whole equation by x log x. Why? Because I want to create this form. I want to see whether my equation, whether my differential equation is linear differential equation or not. So the moment I see this dy by dx plus y upon x log x is equals to, can you see log x cancel, x cancel is equals to x. In here, if I compare P is coming out as what? 1 upon x log x, right? Right? Yes, am I right? Yes. And Q is nothing but x. So let me just calculate my integrating factor first. Integrating factor is what? E की power p dx, e raised to power integral of p, 1 by x ln x dx, right? The moment I put this as t, my 1 by x into dx will become dt, right? Yes? Okay. So the moment I plug in this as t, so this is what? 1 by t and dt. So integral of 1 by t, what is integral of 1 by t? E की power ln t. So that will become t, what is t? ln x. So my integrating factor finally is coming out as ln x. Now what is the solution of my linear differential equation? You know it or you don't know it? Y multiplying integrating factor is equals to integral of q. Where is q? Where is q? So q is here x. X into ln x dx plus c. All I have to do is integrate this. How do I integrate this? By applying by parts, right? We need to apply by parts. How to apply by parts? So first function is this, second is this. ठीक है? So y ln x is equals to first function constant, second का integration minus integral of first का derivative, second का integral dx plus c, right? This is gone. X का integration x square by 4. So my final equation will be what? Final equation would be y ln x, right, is equals to ln x square by 2 minus, can you see x by 2 ka integral is x square by 4 plus constant. This is my final expression. Okay, but one more thing it is given to us is y of 2 is given as 2. The moment you plug in x is equals to 2, you are going to get y is equals to 2, right? So this will become what? Y, so 2 ln 2 is equals to again 2 ln 2 minus 1 plus c, right? So 2 ln 2 gone, minus 1, basically this is minus 1 plus c, so c is equals to 1. So yeah, your differential equation is what? Y ln x is equals to ln x square by 2 minus x square by 4 plus 1. Now what you need to figure out is y of e. That means put x is equals to e and get the value of y. So y into ln e would be y. This would be what? 1 by 2. This would be what? E square by 4, right? Plus 1. Correct or not? E square, this is e square by 2, right? So y is what? E square by 4 plus 1. This is your final answer. Let me just check which answer is matching. So basically option D I can clearly see is matching. Have a look. Yes? Yes, yes. Perfect. Got it or not? Are you getting it? Right? So what did I do? The moment I see differential equation, I identified that it may be a linear differential equation. So how to identify a linear differential equation? By looking at the form, right? So I need to divide this by x log x. The moment I'll divide, I'll obtain this. And this very equation which we have obtained looks like what? Linear differential equation only. This is your linear differential equation, right? To solve it, you need to calculate integrating factor, which came out to be log x. Now plug in the value in the final solution, integrate it, you will get the final equation. Put initial conditions which are given in the question, x is equals to 2, you will get y is equals to 2. So from here you get constant, put the constant, and finally you are looking for value of y at x equal to what? X equal to e. Can you see this? Value of y at x equal to c. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, and let's move on to the next question, which is, by the way, from indefinite integration, guys, right? And this type of question came in 2023, as you can see, April attempt, right? So the question says that integral of this is your fx and f of 3 is already given to you. You need to figure out f of 4. Are you going to try it? Try it out. Okay, so how to integrate it? I can clearly see that the moment I plug in x square is equals to t, this 2x dx immediately will become dt. 2x dx will become dt. So whole integration will become a cakewalk for me now, right? So integral of what? So 2x, so this is dt whole upon t plus 1 and t plus 3, right? How to solve it? By using partial fraction, है ना? So in partial fraction or in creating the difference, how do we do it? We need to create difference of these two factors in the numerator. So I'll be writing t plus 3 minus t plus 1, right? So this is what? 2. So I need to divide it by 2 as well. This will become t plus 3 and t plus 1 dt. Separate it out. Separate it out. 1 by 2. Integral of 1 upon t plus 1 minus 1 by t plus 3 dt. Okay. So this is your expression. Apply. Ab now integrate. Integrate. Log t plus 1 minus log t plus 3. So it is coming out as 1 by 2 log of t plus 1 minus log of t plus 3 plus constant. Now t can be definitely replaced by what? X square plus 1 minus log of x square plus 3 plus constant of integration, obviously. This is your what? F of x. In the question itself, guys, it is given to us that f of 3 is what? This, right? So f of 3 is half log 5 minus log c. So f of 3 is half. Let me just calculate my f of 3, right? So log, what is f of 3? 3 square plus 1. What is 3 square plus 1? So that is 10 minus log 12, right? So this is log 10 by log 12, by the way. Log 10 by 12. So this is 5 by 6, and now it can be written as log 5 minus log 6. Half is here. This is f of 3 plus c. This is my version of f of 3, right? This is my version of f of 3 and this is their version of f of 3. So what is the difference between my version and their version? So my version is having a plus c constant, but they are not having plus c. What does that mean if I compare? That constant term is 0. Constant term is becoming 0 everywhere. So that means my function fx has no constant term and this is my function f of x. Now ask me whatever you want to ask. Tell NTA straightforward. I have got my function. Ask me whatever you want to ask. What do you want to ask? F of 100, F of 200? I will tell you. So in here, we need to calculate f of 4, right? So f of 4, just put f of 4, right? So f of 4 will be equal to what? 1 by 2 log of 4 ka square. So 17 minus log of 19. This would be your f of 4. So half log 17 minus log 19. All right, option D. Can I see option D in the chat box? Yes. Model, Shreya, very nice. Vedant, what's up with the rest of the people? Are you solving it with me? Yes, are you guys with me? How many of you guys are with me? Okay. All right, next question we have. All right, so this question is actually this question is actually could be a beta question for some students. You are going to tell me whether it is alpha or beta, right? So now gx is given to you. Gx is nothing but fx plus f of 1 minus x, right? And further about f, it is given that f double dash x is greater than 0. And in the question itself, it is mentioned that G is decreasing in some interval and increasing in some interval. And we need to figure out the value of this. I want you guys to try it out. Okay? I will give you 30 seconds and I want you to try it out. Alright, so the moment I see this, na, G of x, I need to know something about G of x, right? So first thing which I can do is replace x by 1 minus x. The moment I do it, what do I get? G of 1 minus x is f of 1 minus x, because x will be replaced by 1 minus x and 1 minus x will be replaced by x. But can you see that the right hand in the whole replacement, both equations right hand side is exactly same. So I can write gx is what? G of 1 minus x. And you know what? The moment you see it, gx is equals to G of 1 minus x. The moment you see this about any function, you can clearly generalize. So there is a rule which says G of x is G of x if G of x is equals to G of 2a minus x, if you have come across this particular situation, then what does that mean? That means our gx is symmetric about what? X is equals to a. Our gx is symmetric about x is equal to a. Are you getting it? The moment you achieve G of x is equals to G of 2a minus x, that means gx is symmetric about x is equals to a. Many students don't know about this particular theorem, right? So I can clearly see that my gx is symmetric about what? X is equals to half. My gx is symmetric about x is equals to half. Are you getting my point? My gx is symmetric about x is equals to half. What does that mean? So if I try to plot my gx in 0 to 1, if I try to plot my gx in 0 to 1, so this is my x is equals to half line and my gx is x is equals to half. So either my gx will look like this, see symmetricity, or my gx will look like this, right? Now, out of these two, one would be my gx. But in the question, it is mentioned that g is decreasing in 0 to alpha and increasing in alpha to 1. That means first my gx is what? Decreasing. My gx is decreasing first and then it is increasing. That means clearly this is not my gx. The yellow color graph is my gx. Why? Because 0 to 1 my graph is decreasing and half to 1 my graph is increasing. And in this whole process I have understood one thing, that my gx is decreasing in 0 to alpha. My alpha is what, guys? Alpha is half. So gx is decreasing in this interval and then increasing. So alpha is coming out as half. That's what I wanted. Yes, that's what I wanted. I just wanted. The whole question is all about what, guys? Calculating the value of alpha only. So the moment you plug in value of alpha over here, so tan inverse 1, right? Alpha is half. So this will be tan inverse 1. What about this? So 1 by half. So tan inverse 2 plus, what about this? 1 plus half upon half. So tan inverse 3 by 2 upon 3, 1 by 2. So this is 3. So tan inverse 1 plus tan inverse 2 plus tan inverse 3. You know this or you don't know this? Inverse trigonometric function, there is a property which says that tan inverse 1 plus tan inverse 2 plus tan inverse 3 is pi, or else if you don't know, you can apply the formula. It is very easy to calculate, right? Yes, have a look. Okay, tell me, alpha, beta or gamma? Tell me, alpha, beta or gamma? I know that you may feel that, ma'am, okay, this question is a little bit on heavier side, but you know what? It happens. There are a few questions which you might feel are doable. That's the paper pattern only. Every question cannot be easy one. But let me assure you, 6 to 7 questions are doable. Absolutely doable. Right? 6 to 7 questions. And you know what? 6 4s are 24. So 24 to 28 marks are doable. Okay? This is beta. This is beta. You need to find your beta. So there are 7 to 8 questions which are betas. And you know what? Out of 8 questions, out of 8 beta questions, can't you solve 2 to 3 questions? Yes, definitely. So you have to find. But where is sum of angle is 180. So this is a property. Tan inverse 1 plus tan inverse 2 plus tan inverse 3 is pi. Go and watch, go and check for inverse trigonometric function. Now we have this function fx is equals to this, and we need to understand whether my function is always increasing, is always decreasing, or how many points of minima does or maxima does my function have. How to solve such kind of question, how to understand whether my function is increasing or decreasing, or whether my function has maxima by first derivative test. So I just need to differentiate this. The moment I will differentiate, whole postmortem report will be with me. Whole postmortem report. Okay, let's just differentiate. So you know how to apply quotient rule. So 1 plus x square ka root ka whole square, right? Root 1 plus x square is as it is. Okay, differentiate. So 2x, and this is minus. Okay, minus. Okay, minus. So this time x square minus 2 is as it is. Differentiate this. So that would be 1 upon 2 root 1 plus x square multiply 2x. Perfect. This is the derivative. 2 से ये 2 cancel and ये square से ये root cancel. F dash x is coming out as what? 1 plus x square. The moment you take LCM, there will be square root 1 plus x square as well. This will get multiplied with this 1 plus x square. We have 2x. X square minus 2 minus sign. We have x. Solve it, solve it, solve it. ठीक है? X square into 2x. X cube. Actually 2x cube. 2x cube minus x cube. So I will be getting f dash x is equals to x cube. सबसे पहले. First of all, I will get x cube. Then I am getting what? 2x and then plus 2x. So plus 4x upon 1 plus x square की power 3 by 2. I need to know what? I need to know whether my f dash x is positive or negative. That I can do by what? Taking x common, x square plus 4 upon square root of x 1 plus x square ka cube. Can you see? This portion is always positive. This particular portion is always positive. Only f dash x depends upon x. If I solve by method of intervals, 0 will be the root. So when my x is positive, my f dash x is positive. When my x is negative, my f dash x is negative. So if dash x is positive, that means my function is increasing. If dash x is negative, that means my function is decreasing, right? So I can clearly see my f dash x is changing sign from negative to positive. That means I will get a minima at x is equals to 0, right? So is my function always increasing? Not at all. Why? Because my function is decreasing first. After 0, it is beginning to increasing. It is never always decreasing as well. It has exactly 1 point of minima. This is absolutely right. And it has no point of maxima. So only option C is absolutely right. Yes, Shreya. Yes, Vedant. Yes, crazy gamer. Right? Yes. Okay. Chalo. Next question is from integration, indefinite integration, right? Indefinite integration. Who is going to surprise me? Who is going to surprise me? Solve this question. Okay. Yes. So right now I can see that that from here I can take something out. Actually, I can take x cube out, right? I can take x cube out of this bracket. The moment I take x cube out, it will become x cube ki power 1 by 3. Eventually, it will become x. And from the numerator also, I can see single x can be taken out. Yes, so from the numerator, I'll be taking x common. Right, so I'll be left with what? X ki power 7 plus x ki power 2 plus 1. And what about my denominator? Take out x cube common. So x cube will be common, power 1 by 3 will be applicable, and 3x ki power 8, right? Then what do we have? 8x cube plus 24x raised to power 1 by 3. So ये cancel है, x से x cancel है, integral dx. Right, now can I take this as t? The moment I take this as t, 3x power 8 plus 8x cube plus 24x is equals to t. See the magic, what will happen? 8 3s are 24, x raised to power 7, 24x square plus 24 dx is equals to dt. Right? Take 24 common. The moment you take 24 common, you will realize that this will be getting formed. So 24, 24, 24 will be over here. So this numerator is becoming dt by 4, right? dt by 4. What about denominator? It is becoming t ki power 1 by 3. Integrate it. The moment you integrate it, t ki power minus 1 by 3 plus 1 upon again 2 by 3 and 1 by 4 is there, plus constant, so this would be your answer. So t ki power 2 by 3 will be there. What was t? So this was t ki power 2 by 3 and 3 by, and there is 1 by 24 as well, right? 24. So 3 8s are 24. So what would be the correct answer? 1 by 16, option D. Yes? All right. Option D absolutely right है. ठीक है? Yes. Perfect. Option D. Cool. Nice question, na? Nice indefinite integration question. I know. It's a nice question. All right. From the world of coordinate geometry, we have our another problem which says locus of a point which moves so that its distance from the origin is thrice its distance from the line. Right? Suppose I have a point P which is h comma k. So they are saying that we have a line y is equals to 2x and we have an origin 0 comma 0. Right? So basically what they are saying is distance from origin of this point, that would be what? Root h square plus k square would be equal to 3 times distance of this point from the straight line. You know the formula. Plug in the value over here, so you will get 2h minus k upon square root of 2 square plus 1, 3. So this is your thing. Square both the sides, you will understand. Square both the sides. It will become what? H square plus k square is equals to 9 times, square both the sides, 4h square plus k square minus 4hk upon 3. 3 3s are 9. ठीक है, shift everything towards the right hand side. 3 4s are 12. 12 minus 1, 11x square. Right? 3 minus plus 2y square, and that would be equal to 3 4s are 12. So 12xy. Can you see that this is a homogeneous equation of degree 2? Homogeneous equation of degree 2 represent what? Is this a straight line? No. Is this a circle? No, because in circle the coefficient of xy should be matching and there should be no term related to xy. So this is definitely not a circle, not definitely a parabola, but pair of straight lines clearly, right? Because in parabola what happens is distance from a point and from a line should be equal. Parabola is definitely not. This is pair of straight line, and you all know that this represents homogeneous equation of degree 2, which is nothing but represents pair of straight line passing through origin. Passing through origin, okay, sorry, root 5, yes, root 5 will be there, root 5, yes. So, 3 times, this is root 5. Okay, but anyway, the coefficients, yes, this would be 5, the calculation will get changed. Yes, 2 ka square plus 1, sorry about that, 2 plus 1, but coefficient will get changed, but the form will be this, and therefore option B is the correct answer. ठीक है? Yes. Shall we move on to the next question? The next question based on Leibniz theorem. How many of you do not know about the Leibniz theorem? Look at it over here. Leibniz theorem. Newton-Leibniz theorem actually. So Newton-Leibniz theorem says that integral of g of x, h of x, f of t dt. Right? If you have to differentiate such particular integrals, if you have to differentiate them, so Leibniz gave a theorem to differentiate it. You know already that integral and derivative are anti of each other. So you don't really have to differentiate or integrate. You just have to follow a process. So by differentiating, what you are going to get, so this is your function, you have to plug in upper limit in place of t, so that would become f of h of x, and you need to differentiate it, it will become h dash x minus sign, so f of t dt, plug in g of x in place of t, so f of g of x g dash x. That's how you do it, right? So basically plug in upper limit, differentiate upper limit, minus plug in lower limit, differentiate lower limit. Now in here this question is asking me to calculate phi dash pi by 4. This question was from January attempt 2023 guys. Yes, alright, so start differentiating. So left hand side if I differentiate, I'll get pi dash x. Right hand side if I differentiate, what do I get? Okay, no, I can't do that. Okay, so I need to do something over here. So basically if I want to differentiate, it will become complicated because this 1 by root 2 has nothing to do with this expression, right? So let me just fix this 1 by root x. Let me just write it this way, root x phi dash x is equals to integration of pi by 4 se leke x 4 root 2 sin t minus 3 phi dash t, ठीक है, dt. Correct? Yes. Now differentiate it. How to differentiate left hand side? By applying product rule. Root x is here, phi dash x plus this time derivative of root x is this and phi x is constant, is equal to, now apply Leibniz theorem which we have just learned by the way. How to apply Leibniz? You need to put the upper limit in place of t, so 4 root 2 sin x minus 3 phi dash x, and you need to differentiate the upper limit, that would be 1. Apply minus sign, plug in pi by 4 in this, and then what you need to do is differentiate pi by 4. The moment you differentiate pi by 4, you will get 0. So this I am leaving it as 0 only. No need to solve it, right? So now you all know already. Key. Okay, so phi dash x is here, phi x is here, phi dash x is here. What about phi of x? So the moment you plug in x is equals to pi by 4, what do you get? Start putting x equals to pi by 4 because you're looking for phi dash pi by 4. Now is the time, right? So root pi by 2, phi dash pi by 4 plus, now phi of pi by 4. Who is going to tell me the value of phi of pi by 4? Phi of pi by 4. Who is going to tell me? From here, if you put pi by 4 in place of x, it will become what? Pi by 4 to pi by 4, where upper and lower limit will become equal. Your integration will become 0. Yes? So phi of pi by 4 is nothing but 0. Very nice. 4 root 2 sin pi by 4 is 1 by root 2 minus 3 phi dash pi by 4. And here you go, root to cancel. take pi by 4 together, phi dash pi by 4 together. So basically you will get what? Take common as well. So root pi by 2 plus 3. Root pi by 2 plus 3. Phi dash pi by 4 is equals to 4, right? So phi dash 4 is equals to 4 upon root pi by 2 plus 3. ठीक है? 8 plus root pi plus 6 is your phi dash pi by 4. Alpha, beta or gamma in the chat box. Who is going to tell me option C is absolutely right? Yes. Alpha, beta or gamma. Alpha. Shrimuga is saying alpha. Nice. Okay. Okay. Vedant is saying beta. Crazy Gamer is saying alpha. Okay. So we have another question from the world of definite integration, which is again a highest weighted chapter. This, you can ignore this x. Right? This x is misprint over here. So the question says 0 to root 3 x plus 4 ka square e ki power x square dx. Root 3 to 0 x minus 4 ka square e ki power x square dx. Who is going to tell me the correct answer of this question? This is definitely an alpha question. This is for you to solve this question nicely and properly mark it correctly without any calculation error. This is an alpha question. This will definitely give you 4 marks, right? Getting my point? Yes, will you do it? Okay. So you know this property, right? So this is 0 to root 3 and this is root 3 to 0. The moment I make it, I flip the limits, I need to take minus sign common. So this is 0 to root 3 x plus 4 ka square e ki power x square dx. Now the moment I flip this, I will get minus 0 to root 3. This time x minus 4 ka whole square e ki power x square dx. ठीक है? Alright. So 0 to root 3 x plus 4 ka square minus x minus 4 ka square, and outside I have e ki power x square dx. Can you solve it? X square will be there, x square will be there. They will get cancelled out. 16 from here, 16 from here cancelled out. From here I will get 4 to the 8x plus 8x. So that will become 16x e ki power x square 0 se root 3 dx. That's all. The moment you plug in x square is equals to t, 2x dx will become dt. So you have 2x dx, right? So 0 to root 3, 8 times e ki power t dt. So 8 times, okay, 0 to root 3 limit I am not actually applying. I'll apply the limit in towards the end, है ना? Otherwise गलत हो जाएगा. It will become incorrect. So t की जगह x square and now 0 to root 3. Put the value of root 3. So 8 e की power 3 minus 8. Okay. So 8e cube minus 8, option B is absolutely right. Yes. Alpha question? Tell me in the chat box. Alpha question? Yes. Alpha or not? Next question is from the world of quadratic equation, and that too from theory of equations. Theory of equations, all right. So question says A, B, C are the roots of cubic equation, right? So we know that A, B, C are the roots of cubic equation. We need to figure out the value of this particular expression. Now I will give you 2 minutes to solve this question, and I will see how many of you are able to give me correct answer or not, right? 2 minutes quickly without wasting any further time. Basically 2 minutes also I am giving you बहुत ज़्यादा. ABCR. Okay, I can see the answer. Gunturi is saying minus 16. Very nice. I'm not sure. Minus 16. That I have to solve it with you. Okay, so I can see for a cubic equation, sum of roots a plus b plus c would be what? Sum of roots would be coefficient of minus times coefficient of x square. Minus times coefficient of x square upon coefficient of x cube. So minus of 0 upon 1. So basically a plus b plus c is coming out as 0. What about AB plus BC plus CA? That would be plus of coefficient of x upon coefficient of x cube. Coefficient of x is what? So 8 upon 1. And ABC value would be what? Finally minus 1 upon. So ABC is coming out as minus 1 upon 1. Okay? So I can see. Okay, so okay. Now what is this? 8b plus 1. 8b plus 1. That means, so if a comma b comma c are the roots of this equation, if I plug in the value of a in this equation, a will get satisfied. So a cube plus 8a plus 1 is equals to 0. That means 8a plus 1 is coming out as what? Minus a cube, right? 8a plus 1 can be replaced by minus a cube. And similarly, 8b plus 1 can be replaced by what? Minus b cube. So this will become minus c cube. This will become minus c cube. This will become minus a cube. This will become minus b cube. Right? So bc upon b cube into c cube. So bc whole plus ac upon ac whole cube plus ab upon ab whole cube. Cancel it. So this would be what? 1 upon bc square plus 1 upon ab square plus 1 upon ac square. Right? Now what is bc? Tell me from here. What is the value of bc? The value of bc would be minus 1 by a. So value of bc would be minus 1 by a. But there is a square over here. So this will be replaced by what? Simply a. So this is becoming a square. This is becoming c square. This is becoming b square. So now I have a square plus b square plus c square, which eventually will boil down to a plus b plus c ka whole square minus twice ab plus bc plus ca. We have just calculated. Sum of root is 0 minus 2. ab plus bc plus ca is coming out as what? 8. So minus 2 into 8. So it is coming out as minus 16. My dear students, alpha, beta or gamma. So sorry about that. I forgot to wear my mic. So sorry. I forgot to wear my mic. It's fine now. Alpha, beta or gamma, you got the answer, right? You got the understanding. I hope that low volume was not making any problem in the solution, right? You understood it. You understood, right? Do you want me to repeat one more time? I don't think so. Nice question, alpha question again. Now this is again involving Leibniz theorem. JEE Main 2023 April attempt. So you know that Leibniz theorem is also important. And now that limit, so from definite integration, there was one very popular question which used to come earlier, but that has been deleted. The topic itself is deleted, which was limit of a sum. So we used to express the summation as a definite integration, right? So that is deleted. But if that is deleted, then these type of question, Leibniz theorem has become more important, right? So the question says that f is a continuous function which is satisfying this equation. F of pi square by 4 is what we need to figure out. Let's just figure out, let's just differentiate it. The moment I start differentiating it, Leibniz theorem, if I apply, so we don't need to actually differentiate it. How to apply Leibniz theorem? So differentiating both the sides. So left hand side would be replace x with what? Upper limit. So f of t square plus t square ka square, right? I have replaced this x by t square. And now I need to differentiate this upper limit 2t. Minus sign. Now put the lower limit and differentiate the lower limit, so that will become 0. On the right hand side, I will have what? So 4 by 3, 3t square, right? So this will become what? F of t square plus t ki power 4, right? And this 2 and 2 will be gone, 3 is gone, this t is gone. So this will become is equals to 2t. So f of t square finally is coming out as what? Very simple. 2t minus t ki power 4. If you have solved this nicely, you will get 2t minus t ki power 4. What you are looking for is f of pi square by 4. What does that mean? You need to plug in t is equals to pi by 2. Put t is equals to pi by 2. What do you get? F of pi square by 4 is equals to 2 pi by 2 minus pi square by 16, or pi ki power 4 by pi ki power 4 by 16. So pi minus pi ki power 4 by 16, pi minus pi ki power 4 by 16 is matching with option A, right? Take out pi common, you will get what? Yes, option A, alpha or beta or gamma. Most of you are saying ki alpha, alpha, alpha. You know what? Everything is actually alpha. Mostly is alpha, because in the beginning, I guide you. Okay, this is from Leibniz. Okay, you don't have to think about it much, because I'm guiding you. And you know what? Once I stop guiding you, you will be like, you will be in confusion, you will be in nervousness, you will be in doubt that whatever I am doing, am I doing right or not? Will that give me answer or not? And that confusion will lead to the question becoming beta or gamma maybe. Are you getting my point? So the faith should be there. The confidence should be there. And from where should we draw the confidence? Derive the confidence? From where should we derive it? By solving mock as much as possible, by taking guidance as much as possible, and gradually leaving that guidance aside. Gradually leaving that guidance and stand on your own feet, right? Yes, okay, all right. Ma'am, next question, don't guide for 1 minute. Okay, theek hai. So 1 minute from the world of quadratic equation. Theek hai, you have your question. Shreya is asking, ma'am, so usually in Leibniz theorem, should we differentiate with respect to x or so? Yeah, Shreya, to answer your question, in Leibniz theorem, you always differentiate with respect to the variable which is present in the upper and lower limit. Is it making any sense now? Yes? So in previous question, can you see? We differentiated both the sides with respect to t. Yes. So now the question is the number of integral values of a for which smaller root of quadratic equation. So this is your quadratic equation, right? Smaller root. So the quadratic equation is talking about smaller root and bigger root. Okay, so can you also see one thing, that this x square minus 2ax plus a square is equal to 4. Can you see this thing, that if you shift 4 towards right hand side and if you club these three terms together, this is forming a perfect square. X minus a ka whole square is equals to 4, right? So x minus a will be either 2 or x minus a will be equal to minus 2. So now you have got two values, actually two roots already. So it is what? 2 plus a and x is equals to a minus 2, right? A plus 2 and a minus 2. Can you tell me which one is the bigger root and which one is the smaller root? A plus 2 and a minus 2. Obviously, this is the bigger root and this is the smaller root. Now, the question is asking me that smaller root is less than 1. Okay. Smaller root is less than 1. Bigger root is greater than 6. So, bigger root a plus 2 should be greater than 6 and smaller root should be less than 1. So, a is greater than 4 and a is less than 3. So, now the question is asking me the number of integral values of a. How many integral values of a which are satisfying this equation, these conditions? How many values of a? So, the inequalities are saying that a should be less than 3 and at the same time my a should be greater than 4. Can it be possible that a number which is greater than 4 but less than 3, no such number exists? So, option A is absolutely right. Now, who was saying, Pramod was saying that do not guide for 1 minute. What happened to you, Pramod? What happened to you? Did you reach to the answer? Yes? Okay, shall we move on to the next problem? Again, this problem was asked in April 2023 from indefinite integration, guys. Indefinite integration. Yes, Pramod is saying ki I have already solved it before you have solved. Very nice. So nice. Hello Sheikh Hussain, how are you? Okay, so we are doing this question from JEE Main 2023 from indefinite integration. Right, so question is asking me to integrate this I of x. I of x is integral of e की power sine square x. So it will become cos of x sine 2x minus sine x dx. ठीक है? So let's just focus on the very first thing, this and this only. I will be focusing on this part. Rest, the next part we will see what can we do. ठीक है? So I of x will be equal to integral of e की power sine square x cos x sine 2x dx minus integral of e की power sine square x sine x dx. Correct? Let us leave it as it is only. Let's focus on this. I want to apply by parts in this. ठीक है? I want to solve this particular integral using by parts. ठीक है? Now by parts, you all know that by parts, to solve any equation by using by parts, you have to take one function as the first function and another function as the second function. Yes, one function as the first function, another function would be your second function. What would be first function? What would be second function? Who is going to tell me? So you will be saying, ma'am, by using Eilert rule, we decide that what is first and what is second. Yes, definitely. Let me just write the by parts. So first and second function ka integration is equals to first function constant integral of second minus integral of derivative of first integration of second dx whole dx. Right? This is your by parts. Can you observe one thing for me? Can you observe one thing for me? That integration of second should be known to you, then only you will be able to apply by parts. Integration of second function should be known to you, right? That's how Eilert rule is set. So you actually need to extract that particular function whose integration is known to you, right? And I can clearly see that if I keep this particular function, the whole function, can you see? If I write it this way, e की power sine square x, sine 2x is what? 2 sine x d cos x, right? If I keep this as my what? Second function and cos x as my first function. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? And minus sign integral, same thing as it is, I'll copy. So this integration I will be knowing. This integration I will be knowing. I'll show you how. So basically this, let me assume this as capital E. So capital E, another integration, right? E की power sin square x 2 sin x cos x. Do you know the integration of this? Yes. How? Put this is equals to t. If you differentiate this, what do you get? So sin square ka derivative will be what? 2 sin x cos x. So that means this becomes your dt. So integral of e की power t dt is what? E की power of t. So integral of this whole quantity is e की power sin square x. Yes, integration of e की power, this whole expression which I am talking, the integration of second function is, we have already calculated e की power sin square x. Now we can apply by parts in this. Feel free to apply by parts. By parts says that first function should remain constant. Yes, ma'am. Second function should be integrated. We know the integration, ma'am. Minus sign lagao. Integration of first function ka derivative. So this would be sin x, ma'am. And second function ka integration. So we know the integration of second function. It would be sin square x e की power में, ma'am. And minus sign integral of, ये copy कर लो, e की power sin square x sin x dx. Can you see these two are exactly same? This is getting cancelled out. So we are actually left with I of x is nothing but this, right? This is your I of x. Okay, and plus constant is also given to you. Now you know you need to figure out I of pi by 3 and I of 0 is given as 1. The moment you plug in x is equals to 0, you will get what? Cos 0 is 1. This is also 1 and this is 0. So the moment you plug in I of 0 is equals to 1. So 1 is equals to 1 plus c, right? That means c is coming out as 0. So c is coming out as 0, guys. ठीक है? Pi by 3, the moment you plug in cos pi by 3, half हो जाएगा ये. तो 1 by 2 e की power 3 by 4. 1 by 2 e की power 3 by 4. Option D is absolutely right. Option D, क्या हो गया ये? हाँ? Okay. Option D is absolutely right. Yes, you're getting it. Are you guys with me? Yes. Shall we move on to the next problem? Nice, Diya, nice, Pramod, nice. Okay. Again. So in the very first question was this only. The type was this only. Where fx is given to you. Right? And minimum of 2 or more functions are there. And you need to plot the graph of minimum of 2 function, and then eventually they can ask you anything about differentiability, range, domain, area, etc. etc. ठीक है? Okay. So fx is minimum of sin inverse x, comma cos inverse x. Cool. Are you able to plot the graph? Yes, Nitin, I am saying your name. ठीक है? Sin inverse, cos inverse. Do you know the graph of sin inverse x? Okay, so sin x ka graph to you all know. Sin inverse ka graph let's form. So you know that this time sin inverse. So when you plot the graph of y is equals to sin x, x-axis pe you will have angles, right? But this time y-axis will be having angles minus pi by 2 plus pi by 2. And x-axis will have plus 1 and minus 1, right? So the moment you put sin inverse 1, you will get pi by 2. Sin inverse 0, you will get 0. Sin inverse minus 1 will be this. So your graph will look like this. Okay, this is the graph of sin inverse x. What about the graph of cos inverse x? So cos inverse x will be from 0 to pi. So cos 0 is 1. Cos 0 is what? Sorry, cos inverse 1 is what? 0. Cos inverse 0 is what? Pi by 2, and this is what? -1. So the graph will look like this, right? And this value would be what? 1 by root 2, which will be at pi by 4. What you are looking for is the area between these two curves. So there are two ways of saying that. There are two ways of solving this. Okay? First, you drop a vertical strip, right? That is integrating with respect to dx. And another is draw a horizontal strip that will give you integration with respect to dy. So integrating with respect to dy will give you continuous thing, right? So 0 to pi by 4 you need to integrate. This will make more sense. X right minus x left. Right curve minus left curve. So what is the right curve? This is your right curve. That means cos is your right curve, right? So cos inverse x is equals to y. You are looking for x. So cos y minus sin y dy integral. Cos का integral sin minus sin का integral minus cos. And this would be 0 to pi by 4. Plug in the value 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2, 2 by root 2 upper limit minus 0 plus 1. So this will be root 2 minus 1. Root 2 minus 1 is the correct answer. And where is root 2 minus 1? Where are you? It happens with you kya? Sometimes we get our answer. We get so much excited. But then we are so much blinded by the correct answer that we are not able to find where is the answer. And then you're like, where are you? Root 2 minus 1. Root 2 minus 1, root 2 minus 1. You search like this. It happens with you? Yes? Alright. So now from the world of sequence and series, we have another question. Right? So question says x comma y comma z are in GP. You know what? I have told you this property as well. If x comma y comma z are in GP, then log x comma log y comma log z are in AP. I have already told you this. You don't remember. Okay? If you don't remember, I will show you how. If these three terms are in GP, that means y square is equals to xz. Take log both the sides. So 2 log y is equals to log x plus log z. What does that mean? That log x, log y, log z are in AP. So if three terms are in AP, we can add any constant to all the terms and they will still remain in AP. So this is also in AP. Right? And okay, log, okay, right? So 1 plus log x plus 1 plus log y plus 1 plus log z are already in what? AP. Okay? This is in AP. Now if I multiply this by what sign? What would be the answer? C, HP. I guess no, this is by 2 only. I guess I have made some mistake. AGP बोल रहे हो? अच्छा, right. Yes, sorry. Yeah, it's correct. But AGP is not in the syllabus. But ठीक है. Okay, this much they can ask you. हाँ, अभी 1 by 2, 1 by 4. So this is AP. These three terms are in AP. 2, 1 by 4, 2, 4, 8. This is in GP, so option D is right. Yes. D is right. Okay. Perfect. Yes. Shall I move on to the next question? Okay. From the world of area under curve, we have another question which was asked in February 2023. And this question, trust me guys, is based on purely your graphical skills. How much correct, accurate graph you can form, how much correct point of intersections you can calculate, and then how much you can integrate it nicely, do the right calculation. This question belongs to you. If you are the one who are pro in graph, if you are the one who likes to solve with the help of graph, this question belongs to you. The +4 is for you only. Okay. So this is what xy is less than or equal to 8. Let me write it xy is equals to 8. This is y is equals to 1. This is y is equals to x square. Okay. So we will just plot this curve. But plotting this curve with thoda sa, we need to be a little bit careful, right? What do you mean by being careful? Basically, I need to know the exact point of intersection, then only I'll begin to plot the curve. So y is equals to 1. Let us assume that this is my line, y is equals to 1. Okay. Now, if I put y is equals to 1 in this and this, so y is equals to, so this is a rectangular hyperbola. Do you realize xy is equals to constant? It is a rectangular hyperbola which will look like this. Okay. The moment I plug in y is equals to 1, I get x is equals to 8. So this is my point. So that's how my curve will look like. My curve will look like this. Okay. This is my xy is equals to 8. What about y is equals to x square? Now solve these two. And also y is equals to x square. The moment you put y is equals to 1, you get x is equals to 1. So this curve will pass through this particular point. Right? Yes. है ना? And what about intersection point of xy is equals to 8 and y is equals to x square? Solve it. Solve them together. So the moment you plug in value of y over here, you get what? You get x square is equals to 8. X is coming out as 2 only. The moment you take x is equals to 2, you get y is equals to 4. So that means 2, 4 is the point. This is 1, 1 is the point, and this is 8, 1 is the point. This is the portion that you need to calculate. This is the portion that you need to calculate. Y greater than or equal to 1. Can you imagine the inequality is given to us? Y is greater than 1 and you are looking for xy less than equal to 8 and x square greater than or equal to y. Okay? So now you know everything actually. 1 से लेके 2 तक you have to integrate x square minus 1 plus 2 से लेके 8 तक you have to integrate this curve. So 8 by x minus 1. ठीक है? So integrate it nicely. So x cube by 3 minus x. ठीक है? 1 से लेके 2 plus 8 log x minus x 2 से लेके 8. Solve it, you will get the answer. So 8 by 3 minus 2. 8 by 3 minus 2. Minus sign 1 put करो 1 by 3 minus 1. ठीक है? फिर 8 log 8 minus 8. 8 log 8 minus 8. Minus sign 8 log 2 minus 2. 8 log 2 minus 2. ठीक है? This is what, now you just need to solve. Now the question is all about pure calculation. So minus 2 and plus 2 clearly are getting cancelled out, right? 8 by 3 minus 1 by 3 is what? 7 by 3. So 7 by 3, shall I write it over here? 7 by 3 plus 1, ठीक है? And minus 8. ठीक है? And you are getting 8 log 8 minus 8 log 2. So that would be 8 log 4. ठीक है? This will become what? 16 log 2. And this is 7 by 3 minus 7. 7 3s are 21. So it will become 14 approximately. So 16 log 2 minus 14 by 3. Option A. Option A is the correct answer. Right? Solve it nicely, you will definitely get the answer. Right? Solve it nicely. Do not, you know what? Trust me. At this stage, so many students will reach over here. But there are very few students who will be able to solve this correctly, reach here and give this as answer. What is the difference? Ma'am, the whole concept is this only. The whole punch of the question is this only. We have solved it till here, but what we did is we did some calculation error. Till here we were good, but we got shaken up by the calculations. So we did not answer it correctly, right? So what was the difference between me and that student who did the calculation correct? So basically the difference is they have practiced a lot, they have faith in themselves. Okay, they have faith कि okay, I have reached here, I know that this will take some time, I know this is a bit challenging, but gradually with calm mind, with nice exam temperament, I will be able to reach till here. So practice, giving mock test, exam temperament, art of solving a paper, all these things come with a practice. Very little thing. It is very little thing, very small things. Adding and subtracting fractions, we are doing this since grade 1, right? Okay. All right. So make yourself calm. Okay. So this question is from the world of inverse trigonometric function. Okay. So I would like you to solve this. Let me just give it to you as a homework question. Okay. Do the substitution. Try it out and write the answer in the chat box. Okay. Okay. One question I want to give you as a homework question. Okay. All right. Next question again from Leibniz theorem. क्या बात कर रहे हो मैम? Third question I am telling you from the Leibniz theorem. Okay. So the question says that fx is given as this for x greater than or equal to -2, where g is an increasing function, by the way. It is given that g is an increasing function. So apply Leibniz theorem. F dash x would be what? So it would be x g dash x. That's it. This is your f dash x. Now gx is an increasing function. What does that mean? That means g dash x will be greater than 0. So this quantity is always positive. Okay. This quantity is always positive. So what about my f dash x? So if I talk about my f dash x, this f dash x is greater than 0 when my x is what? Also greater than 0. Right? And my f dash x will be less than 0 when my x is less than 0, but my x should be greater than or equal to -2. So between -2 to 0, my f dash x will be less than 0. Q? Why I am saying this? See, this is always positive. Now my x will decide. This is always positive. My x will decide that for my f dash x. So if x is positive, both positive will become positive, my f dash will become positive. If this is negative, one positive will give me negative. So for x negative, I will give a negative. So what does this mean? When my f dash x is greater than 0, that means my f is increasing. F dash x less than 0, that means my f is decreasing. Now I can answer the question. So fx is an increasing function of x. Absolutely wrong. Fx is a decreasing function. Absolutely wrong. Fx is increasing for x greater than 0. Yes, yes, yes. And decreasing for this interval. Definitely yes. Option C is absolutely right. Yes. Ma'am, can I get 60 marks in maths by starting from scratch? How scratch? What is your definition of scratch? बिल्कुल ही scratch, absolutely scratch. How can anyone answer this? Okay, from statistics we have another question which says that for a sample size of 10, we have xi minus 5 ka square 350, xi minus 6 20. What we need to figure out is variance, that means sigma square, which is by the way xi square by n minus xi sigma xi square, sigma xi by n ka whole square. Okay, this is the formula for variance. You need to calculate it. I will give you 1 minute to solve this question. ठीक है, let's just start solving it. One thing I would like to tell you कि for variance ना, for variance actually it doesn't depend if you shift the origin. So basically what I'm saying is, if I have 1 2 3 4 5 observation and the variance is suppose sigma, ठीक है ना, and if I have okay, so if I have another 5 observations, suppose 1 plus minus a, 1 2 plus minus a, 3 plus minus a, 4 plus minus a, 5 plus minus a, so the variance will again be, sigma square, right? Variance does not get affected if you add something to all the observation or if you subtract something from all the observation. That's what I'm trying to say, ठीक है? So if you are looking for sample size of 10, xi के लिए you are looking for, right? You are looking for all the x1, x2, x3, x4. You are looking for this. What I'm trying to say is, even if you calculate variance for this, your answer will not get affected. Even if you calculate variance for this, your answer will not get affected, right? So the information is actually given for this. So why not calculate it for this and this? Both will be same, only variance will be same. So sigma x minus 5 ka square is already given to you, 350 by 10. Minus, now you are looking for what? Sigma xi minus 5. You are looking for sigma xi minus 5. ठीक है? Xi minus 5. Sigma xi minus 5. But in the question itself, it is given sigma xi minus 6. What you are looking for is xi minus 5. For that, what you need to do, मतलब that means x1 minus 6 plus x2 minus 6, ये सब, this is all x10 minus 6, this is all is given to you as 20. What you can do is add 1. The moment you add 1, this will become xi minus 5. Add 1, right? Add 1. That means you have added 10. So add 10. So now this has become what? Sigma xi minus 5, because every term is x1 minus 5, x2 minus 5. So this is what? 30. So this is coming out as 30 by 10 ka whole square, and this is what? 35 minus 9, that will give you 26 as the correct answer. Yes, the option D is absolutely right. Okay, that's how you do it, right? I know that you might be doing something else. Stop that. Learn this method. Learn this method. Understand the concept. If you are aware about this, the question would be much easier for you, right? You don't have to do a lot of calculation. ठीक है? More calculation, more chaotic brain. This will affect your next questions as well. Reduce the calculation, reduce your chaotic brain. ठीक है? From the world of trigonometry, we have a question which says sine 5 degrees, sine 10 degrees, sine 15 degree, all the way up to sine 350 degree. ठीक है? So in here, up to 355 degree, can you see the angles are in arithmetic progression? So whenever the angles are in arithmetic progression, you have a formula which is sine n times half the common difference upon sine half the common difference sine first plus last by 2. ठीक है? Yes. Okay. So number of terms you need to calculate. So starting from 5, right? Tn would be 5 plus n minus 1 d, right? And your Tn is what? 355 minus 5 upon 5 is equals to n minus 1. Arithmetic progression, right? 571 and 1. So 70 plus 1 is equals to n. N is coming out as 71. So it would be sine n times half the difference. So 71 upon 2, difference is 5 degree, upon sine 5 by 2 degree, and sine first angle plus last angle. So 360 degree by 2. All right. Sine 360 degree by 2 is what? 180. Sine 180 is a big fat 0. ठीक है? Option A is absolutely right. ठीक है? Yes. है ना? Nice question. Shall I move on to the next one? The number of points of local maxima of this. Okay. So local maxima of x plus sin x. Who is going to tell me? Local maxima of x plus sin x. Okay. So for that, for local maxima, f dash x, we need to figure out f dash x is equal to be 0. So x ka derivative is 1. Okay. X का derivative is 1. 1 plus cos x. We need to figure out the points when it is 0. So cos x is equal to minus 1 when x is equals to pi, 3 pi, है ना, 5 pi, odd pi पे it becomes minus 1. ठीक है? But what if I want to know whether it changes its sign or not? ठीक है? So if I talk about pi, so basically I can clearly see that 1 plus cos x is always greater than or equal to 0, right? It can never be negative, right? Worst case scenario, you can put cos x is equals to minus 1, it will become 0. It cannot come negative, right? You don't have any such value which can make 1 plus cos x greater than or equal to 0, or positive basically. So this is always greater than or equal to 0. What does that mean? That simply means that f dash x jo hai, it is not changing its sign. Not changing its sign. If I talk about pi, so pi ke pehle it is positive. This is also positive. What does that mean? That it is not giving me maxima or minima. So over here I can clearly see number of points. So option A, no point of minima, no point of maxima, right? ठीक है? No point of minima, no point of maxima. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Let's talk about shortest distance of. अच्छा, now this is again very good question. Shortest distance of point 0,0 from this. ठीक है? So from this particular graph, we need to figure out shortest distance of this point. So first of all, my function is this. E की power x plus e की power minus x. This is my function, right? Now, what I want to know about this function. What to do? What to do when you want to know about any function? You differentiate it. You get the postmortem report. F dash x will be equal to e की power x minus e की power minus x. Equate it to 0, you will realize that e की power x is equals to e की power minus x. E की power 2x is equals to 1, x becomes 0. X is becoming what? 0, right? So at x equal to 0, you are actually getting what? Either minima or maxima. The moment you put x equal to 0, you get 1 plus 1, 2, right? So this is your 2. Now either your graph is upward facing like this or downward facing like this. Either you are getting maxima or minima at x equal to 0. Who will tell me it is a maxima or minima? This will tell me. So if I put x greater than 0, ठीक है, x positive. So this, if I put x is equals to positive, suppose I put x is equals to 2. So it will become e square, it will become 1 upon e square. E square, 1 upon e square. So if I put x is equals to 2, I am getting a positive. That means after, when x is greater than 0, my function is increasing, and the moment you put x is equals to minus 2, you will realize this becomes negative, so your function is decreasing. So when x is negative, your function is decreasing. When x is positive, your function is increasing. This is how your function look like. And you're looking for shortest distance of point 0, 0 with respect to the curve. So shortest distance is this only. Can you see that? This is only the shortest distance. So option B is absolutely the shortest distance, right? Option B is absolutely the shortest distance. ठीक है? Purely the curve sketching will help you to understand this question. ठीक है? Because minima is closer, right, to origin. Minima is closer to the origin. ठीक है? चलो. And we have a last question for the day. Last, okay. 2 more questions are left. Okay. So last question, second last question basically. The coordinates of one vertex of triangle ABC be A. Okay. So if we have a point A, 0, 2, alpha, and we are given with a line, and my vertex BC is lying on that line, right? Which is the line? X plus alpha by 5 is equals to y minus 1 by 2 is equals to z plus 4 by 3. ठीक है? So this is the triangle. Let the coordinates of one vertex of triangle ABC be A. So one vertex is given to you and the other two vertices lie on this particular line, right? Area of triangle ABC given as, so area of triangle ABC half into BC into height is given as 21 square unit, right? And line segment BC ka length is also given to you, right? Height, let me just assume this as height h. Line segment BC ka length alpha square ka value is asked, ठीक है? Alpha square ka value is asked to you. Now BC, you can put the value of BC. So this become 2 into 21 upon BC will be 2 root 21 will be the value of height of this particular triangle. So height of this triangle is coming out as root 21. ठीक है? Let me just draw this again because we have a very less space over here. So the situation is what now? We have a triangle. We have BC. BC is lying on which line? X plus alpha, y minus 1. So x plus alpha, y minus 1, z plus 4. And we have 5, 2, 3. ठीक है? And 0 to alpha is the vertex A. And your height of this triangle is given as what? Root 21. What you are looking for is the value of alpha. Now I have taught you this concept, this very concept in 3D geometry. How to compute distance between a point and a line. How to compute distance between a point and a line. So how do you do that? So a point is there and a line is there. If a line is there, you can assume a point on this line that would be minus alpha, comma 1, comma minus 4, right? And what you need to do is, you need to take cross product of what? So you need to take cross product of AC vector. Okay, so let me mark it ABC. So A, B tha na formula mein, okay, AD. You need to take cross product of AD vector with the direction vector of the line and divide it by what? Again, direction vector of the line. If you do that, you will get what? Distance between two lines, basically. You can get distance between two lines. I have taught you this concept. What you need to do is, if you ever need to figure out distance between a point and a line, what you will do, you will form a vector which is what? Which is passing through both the points. Point number 1 and a point which lies on this line. Calculate this vector. How do you do that? So that was 0 minus, okay, d minus a kar lo. So minus alpha, comma, minus 1, comma, minus 4, minus alpha. का क्रॉस आपको लेना है b वेक्टर के साथ 5, 2, 3. ठीक है, 5, 2, 3 है ना? Yes. अपॉन आपको करना है, what you need to do is 25 plus 4 plus 9. That will give you what? Root 21. Getting my point? The moment you do it, the moment you take cross product out of it, you will get the value of alpha. ठीक है? Yes? ठीक है? So you will solve it. ठीक है? You just have to do cross product, do the calculation, get the value of alpha. Once you get the value of alpha, alpha square would be not an issue for you. ठीक है? So this I am leaving it to you, and we have another question which is the last question from the world of vectors, which says that A vector is what? A vector is this, B vector is this, and C vector is this. A, B, C, all three vectors are given to you, and there is R vector such that R cross B is given by C cross B. These type of questions are very popular. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे the moment I see this R cross B is equals to C cross B, I can directly write R cross B minus C cross B is equal to 0. ठीक है, तो what will happen? R minus C cross B is equals to 0. When cross product between two vector is 0, they are parallel. So R minus C is parallel to B vector, and R minus C can be written down as lambda times B vector. So R vector comes out to be lambda B plus C vector. Your question is done, guys. Here your question is done. ठीक है, and then R dot A is also given to you. ठीक है, R dot A is given as what? 0. ठीक है. So yes, you can calculate the value of lambda. Take dot product with A vector. So take dot product with A vector. You will get R dot A 0, lambda times B dot A plus C dot A. ठीक है. Now B dot A, can you do it for me? B dot A. So that would be 1 minus 2 and plus 5. So sorry, plus 6. So plus 5. So 5 lambda plus C dot A. 5 minus 6, that would be minus 1 plus 9, so it would be 8 is equals to 0. Lambda is coming out as minus 8 by 5. Plug in the value of lambda, so R vector comes out to be C vector minus 8 by 5 lambda, sorry, B vector, and this is your R vector. We are looking for 25 R square. ठीक है, 25 R square. Plug in the value of C vector. So C is 5 minus 3 3 minus 8 by 5. B vector is what? 1 minus 1 2. ठीक है, and this is your R vector. Calculate the value of R vector. So 5 5 is 25. 25 minus 8. 25 minus 8. 17 by 5. Right? 25 minus 8 is what? 17 by 5. Then we have what? Plus sign. So 8 by 5 minus 3 plus 8 by 5. Minus 3 plus 8 by 5. So minus 15 plus 8. So that would be 7 minus 7 by 5. And last but not the least, 3 minus 16 by 5. So minus 1 by 5. ठीक है, 289 plus 50. So 289 plus 50 would be what? 289 plus 50 would be your answer. So that would be 339. Option C is absolutely right. Yes? Okay, this is the last question from the world of vectors, from the world of 3D geometry. 3D and vector both are very important. And you know that we have got a JEE Main exam simulator. ठीक है, for those students who are appearing for JEE Main 2024. So the details are given in description box. Along with that, so the JEE Main exam simulator basically, so I am giving you the details. So this is occurring from 55 January to 22nd January in 2 slots, 8 to 11, 12 to 3 and 4 to 7, just like you have slots in your JEE Main. ठीक है, where it is happening, you can see the details, you can see the address. If you are in Delhi, do make sure that you are basically registering and giving the exam. And along with that, all right, so we have basically we have a math Olympiad base camp. This is actually for students who are preparing for Olympiad, or we can say that basically class 8, 9, 10 students also can give the Olympiad. So this is how your schedule is, right? And yes, so this is the topics, and these faculties are taking your math Olympiad, and you can see the details. And yes, so along with that, so now I will take your leave. This is Namrata signing off. I'll see you all super soon.